Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Assembly meeting of October 18th. And first, I'd like to welcome everyone in the audience, those at home watching on TV and the Internet. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Ms. Domboski.
Present.
Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Trainee.
Present.
Mr. Steele.
I am here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Ms. Riley, would you come to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. There are no minutes from previous meeting. Mr. Mayor.
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Committee Chairs report. I just want to remind everyone that the Budget Finance Committee will be meeting this Thursday from noon to 1 in the Assembly Conference Room, City Hall, first floor. And I also want to remind folks that next Tuesday's meeting, October 25th, it's only for a public hearing on the budget, and it's not scheduled to begin until 6 p.m. Thank you. Committee reports. I will start with Ms. Domboski.
No report, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Croft.
No report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tomorrow from 11 to 12:30, there'll be a homelessness committee meeting. It should be a rather short meeting. We have a report from Vet Village on their efforts to house veterans. But other than that, it's a pretty light agenda. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that folks who have signed up for the trip to get a guided tour here of Merrill Field on the 20th, it's Thursday. We will be meeting down at the City Hall, and we'll take a van out.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, from the Audit Committee, I think those that attended the Audit Committee meeting, we received a pretty thorough presentation on the draft CAFR. That was a requirement, a contractual requirement from BDO, our auditor, independent auditor, to provide sort of the highlights and the substantial findings from the audit that's still pending. The CAFR report is ready to just kind of push print from what we understand, so I think we've made some good strides there. We still haven't resolved the ramifications of having the report late, although I think the CFO, based on some guidance from the BDO auditors, gave us some clear guidance on how to finish up the summary financials from last year. So that was relatively good news. I thought it was a good presentation, and thank you for those that attended, including Ms. Gray Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
No report, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
The Community and Economic Development Committee is still very busy going through marijuana applications, and we are looking at the definition of practical pedestrian route, and hope to have that well defined very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee, may I have a motion to incorporate?
Madam Chair, move to incorporate the addendum to the agenda, any laid on the table items with the agenda.
Can we have a second, please? Thank you. Addendum to the agenda, item 9B3, AR 2016-284, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly appointing a citizen panel to name the park located at 1301 Muldoon Road, dedicated by the Anchorage Assembly for permanent public park and recreational purposes. Item 9F13, ordinances and resolutions for introduction. AL 2016-132, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code 11.10.160, fees to allow transaction processing fees for taxicab fares paid for by credit card or debit card. Item 14, new public hearings. P2, information memorandum, AIM 138-2016. Laid on table items. Item 9C3, bid awards, AM 677, 2016, recommendation of award to Dom Industrial LLC for Reservoir 6 rehabilitation for the municipality of Anchorage, AWWU. Item 1402, AIM 139, 2016, a resolution, AR 2016-270, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana retail store establishment with license number M194, doing business as Alaska Buds, and located at 1005 East Fifth Avenue. And we have one more laid on the table item. It's AO 20, Emergency Ordinance 2016-2, an emergency ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to enact a temporary moratorium on the issuance of demolition and other permits required by Title 23 of the Anchorage Municipal Code for properties within a municipality listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and that would be item 15A. Ask unanimous consent to incorporate laid on table items and the addendum. Seeing no objection, those items are incorporated. Mr. Trainee.
Did they read 15A in?
Need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve the agenda as submitted, Madam Chair.
May I have a second, please? Second. Thank you. Now I'll go and see if there are any items that Assembly members would like to pull from the agenda. And I'll start with you, Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to pull 9A1.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
I'd like to pull 9A3 and 9F13. I'm sorry, maybe 9A2, actually, not 9A3.
9A2 and 9, what was the second one, Mr. Dunbar?
9F13.
On the addendum agenda.
F13 on the addendum. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr.
9 Echo 1, 9 Foxtrot 4. Madam Chair, I also have a question about the emergency ordinance process that was laid on the table. Could I have some clarity on that? Where will it appear on the agenda, and there's a mandatory
Thank you,
public hearing?
Mr. Starr. I'll ask Mr. Falsey if he can provide an answer for you.
Should I pull it and discuss it at that time, or how do you want to?
Well, it's not on the consent agenda. It's item 15A.
Yes?
So if you'd like to ask the question now, I'll allow you to ask that question now, Mr. Starr.
Well, if we don't pull it, and does it automatically trigger a public hearing? Is that
Yeah.
every ordinance requires a
Yes.
public hearing? So
No? Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The emergency ordinance does not require a public hearing, but it would not be automatically adopted as part of the consent agenda. It would appear as item 15 on the agenda for debate and discussion
by the Assembly only?
by the Assembly only.
Would you like to wait until we get to that item, Mr. Starr?
Well, if we need to advertise that we're having a public hearing on an emergency item, I think we would want to have that discussion before we closed out public hearings.
Well, would you like to wait until we get to that
I'll
item?
pull item 15A then, ma'am.
It's not on the consent agenda to be pulled?
I see.
Yeah. I would highly recommend, Mr. Starr, that when we get to it, although it's not a public hearing, there is going to be Assembly debate, and I would recommend that when we get to that item that you can ask your concerns at that point. That's my recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pull 9A3, please. Thank you.
9A3? I thought Mr. Dunbar pulled 9A3.
There was some confusion. I actually pulled 9A2, but so long as they're both pulled.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Steele.
I don't have any item.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee.
Item 9A4, Madam Chair, item 9C1, item 9E1, item 9F10.
I think Mr. Starr pulled 9E1. Did you pull? Anyway, 9E1 is pulled.
It's pulled. Whoever.
What was the last one, Mr. Trainee?
9F10.
9F10. Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 9, Delta 7.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9 Alpha 5.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft.
Nothing to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Zimbrowski.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Mbosky. Now, let's vote on the remaining items that were not pulled. Please vote. Okay, the consent agenda is approved, minus the items that we have pulled. We are now at agenda item 9A1, AR 2016-267, a resolution recognizing and honoring Julie A. Riley, urban horticulturalist for UAF Cooperative Extension Service for more than 3 decades of service to the Anchorage Assembly. I'm sorry, to the Anchorage community. Sorry about that. Mr. Weddleton.
Move to approve, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. May we have a second? Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that resolution is approved.
Madam Chair, I think I'm reading on 9A1.
You're going to read it?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Croft.
Are we having a representative come up?
Mr. Trainee?
For those that want to take photos, come on forward. You can stand in front and take photos easier that way. So come on forward.
While all that's going on, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Julie A. Riley, urban horticulturalist for UAF Cooperative Extension Service for more than 3 decades of service to the Anchorage community. Whereas Julie A. Riley, urban horticulturalist for UAF Cooperative Extension Service, has dedicated more than 3 decades of service to this community, making herself available to any member of the public seeking help with food and flower gardening, landscaping, pest control, we could use some of that here, and other horticultural questions irrespective of scheduled work hours or recompense, and whereas she developed key partnerships and offered assistance to the municipality, business groups, schools, health and social service agencies, nonprofit organizations, horticultural enterprises, and gardening groups promoting the benefits and sound practices of horticulture. And whereas Julie Riley assisted in the formation of the Alaska Master Gardeners Anchorage organization in 1986, as a small child, served as its advisor and CES representative, helped develop its educational programming, including its Advanced Master Gardener educational program and statewide conferences, and whereas she educated more than 1,500 people in science-based gardening practices through the Master Gardening program, and whereas she promoted volunteerism by connecting Master Gardener volunteers with the community partners, providing more than 6,000 hours of volunteer service related to the program, and whereas many of those volunteers are continuing to make a better Anchorage by developing and participating in such things as farmers markets, school and community gardens, maintaining public gardens, assisting refugee families in gardening and selling their produce, food bank, and soup kitchen gardens. And whereas her mentorship and fostering of partnerships has encouraged new and emerging horticultural businesses, including the International Gardens, which trains newly arrived refugees to farm and market their produce. Whereas Julie Riley provided horticulture advice, knowledge and research expertise to the Alaska Botanical Garden in their development of the Research and Development Garden and Junior Master Gardener Summer Camp Program, long-standing participation in the Alaska Botanical Gardens Education Committee and Horticultural Committee, and collaborative research and outreach between the University of Alaska Fairbanks Cooperative Extension Service and the Alaska Botanical Garden. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly and the Mayor honors Julie Riley for her tireless dedication in cultivating a passion for gardening and other horticultural interests and making a significant contribution to the well-being and self-sufficiency of Anchorage through building an enduring volunteer network that will continue serving the gardening needs of Anchorage. Passed and approved this day. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'd like everybody to stand behind her so we can get a photo of the crowd that's here.
Oh, my.
You guys all come
Thank you,
behind her.
Mr.
We want to get a
Crane.
photo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Training.
It is truly an honor to be recognized by one's community, and I feel fortunate to have lived and worked in Anchorage, where our city's horticultural heritage is valued. The municipality of Anchorage has been a thread throughout my career, from the spruce bark beetle education days of the 90s to the tremendous interest in development of new farmers markets. The Alaska Botanical Garden is a municipal property. The Refugee Farmers Market Garden is a municipal property. As horticulturalist for Cooperative Extension Service, I've had an opportunity to testify before your assembly on horticultural issues, to serve as part of the public process in the advisory capacity on new and existing parks. I've had an opportunity to provide education to Parks and Rec staff. And because of the strong culture of volunteerism in our community, I have been, it's been easy to channel Master Gardeners into opportunities, to teach gardening in the schools, to work with special gardening groups, to work in educational programs at the Botanical Garden and the Refugees Farmers Market Project. So my life has been enriched by everyone who has touched my life, and this is truly the greatest honor I could have ever received. So thank you so much, Madam Chairman and members of the Assembly, Mayor Berkowitz, and all my intrepid volunteers and representatives from the horticultural industry. Thank you.
Congratulations. We'd love to take a really good picture, so could you put the mic down on the table? And then the three of you over here go to this side, and then, all right, perfect. And then smile.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
That was a wonderful thing. We are now at Agenda Item 9A2, AR 2016-269, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2016 as Filipino American History Month. Mr. Dunbar.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this resolution is approved. We have a presenter, and someone's going to read it.
Get up here. All y'all.
Am I ready?
So I have two copies here.
Okay, awesome.
I think one is for Maria. There's one copy. There's another. Do you want to give another, John? She wasn't back. Oh, she wants to take a picture. Line up for a picture. So I have another copy here. I'm not sure who. John, who wants to give this to? Sure. All right, guys.
Are you John reading?
Okay. Thank you. Whereas the month of October is significant as Filipino American History Month because of the earliest documented Filipino presence in the continental United States was on October 18th, 1587, when the first Luzones Indios set foot on Morro Bay, California, in San Luis Obispo County, and whereas, according to the 2014 U.S. Census, the Filipino American community is the second largest Asian American group in the United States, with a population of approximately 3.8 million people, of which 76% are potential voters in the 2016 presidential elections. And whereas in the state of Alaska, Filipinos are the largest immigrant group and compose 52% of the entire Asian Pacific Islander population. And in Anchorage, the Filipino population is 3.3%, or about 10,000 people, according to the 2010 census. And whereas Filipinos have contributed significantly to the entire spectrum of Alaska's workforce, from mining, fishing, and oil industries to healthcare to education to Alaska Native corporations, and including Thelma Garcia Buchholz, who served 4 consecutive terms in the Alaska State Legislature from 1974 to 1982, was the first Filipino-American woman elected to a U.S. legislature and the first Asian American elected to serve as president of the National Order of Women Legislators. And whereas Filipinos have also enriched the landscape of the entire country through the fine arts, music, dance, literature, business, journalism, education, science, technology, fashion, government, politics, and other fields, including this interesting fact: the fluorescent light was invented in the 1940s by and aptly named after Filipino-American Agapito Flores. And whereas the theme for this year's Filipino-American History Month is 1946, a turning point, to commemorate the 70th anniversary of several notable events and pieces of legislation that transformed the lives of Filipinos in 1946, including the Rescission Act of 1946, excluding Filipino soldiers from the rights, privileges, and benefits received by American veterans. Reversal of this act continues to be a cause for the recognition of the sacrifices made by Filipino veterans. The Luce-Celler Act of 1946, granting naturalization to Filipinos who came to the U.S. before March of 1934, and Philippine independence from the United States, granted on July 4, 1946. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes and celebrates October 2016 as Filipino-American History Month.
I'm assuming we have about 3 or 4 state or city organizations here today, and on behalf of all the organizations, we would like to say thank you so much for presenting this and for appreciating us. And we hope that you guys love the food that we have for you guys in the room.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, guys. Good to see you again.
Yes.
So I want to thank the Filipino-American community for welcoming me. I had the pleasure of attending their event on Saturday morning and early afternoon. I want to extend my apologies to all of you who didn't attend because the food was amazing. and lucky for you, you get one more shot at it thanks to their bringing it to us for dinner tonight. I also want to recognize, the Filipino-American community is like every other community. It's diverse. There are a lot of different interests within it, and this was a remarkable celebration in that all of the different Filipino-American groups in our community came together to celebrate as one. I thought that was very special. It was moving to see and to observe, and of course, Senator Murkowski was there to talk a little bit about her efforts in Congress to rectify some of the maltreatment, I would call, of the community. And so I thank you for coming together. I thank the Senator for joining us. And I thank them especially for bringing us dinner tonight, because I already had a good lunch, and now I'm excited for dinner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Hello. As a physician in the area who's been lucky, privileged to serve the Anchorage and Alaska community, I will caution you, as I cautioned the Senator this year and the last few years, it's not the most healthful food, so please consult with your physician before you eat our food.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now at Agenda Item 9A3, AR 2016-273, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2016 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Mr. Dunbar.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this resolution is approved. Come on down.
All right. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing October 2016 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Whereas 51% of women in Anchorage have experienced intimate partner violence, sexual assault, or both in their lifetime, and whereas intimate partner violence accounts for 15% of all crime, and whereas in the United States an average of 24 people per minute are victimized through rape, physical violence, and stalking by an intimate partner, amounting to more than 12 million women or men over the course of a year, and whereas in 1976 a volunteer group looking to address concerns about domestic violence in Anchorage worked to create a safe home for battered women and their children, and whereas this group, Abused Women's Aid in Crisis, AWAKE, initially provided only temporary emergency refuge where persons in danger could escape abuse and make a plan for their future, and whereas in 1983 AWAKE opened the doors of its present facility, a 52-bed shelter that provides a safe place for victims of domestic violence and their children can stay for up to 1 month. And whereas it is unfortunate that Anchorage needs a domestic violence program, and hope is that through awareness and speaking out against domestic violence we can eliminate the need. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month and resolves to call upon all residents and visitors to speak out against violence. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 18th day of October, 2016.
Thank you so much, Assembly Chair and Assembly members, for passing this resolution acknowledging October as Domestic Violence Awareness or Action Month. In 1981, Unity Day was the first recognition in the country for honoring victims and survivors of domestic violence, and in 1987, they actually went to a month. So now we have many days to acknowledge the work and efforts of those people involved in stopping violence, just like you. Through your efforts to help support programs like the Anchorage Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Intervention Project, you're helping to stop domestic violence and help those in need. We were able to help 191 women and children, men and women this past year with those funds, and that was just with the WAKES funds. So thank you very much for those efforts and supports. In front of you is a little bit of information about Domestic Violence Action Month, including an invite to next Wednesday's Shed the Light event. I really would encourage all of you to attend. The Archdiocese has created a gathering opportunity recognizing how faith can impact domestic violence in a positive way, and that's at 5 o'clock in Town Square next Wednesday. And also some information about Green Dot, because not only are we here to recognize the strength of victims and survivors, but also the opportunity for community members to engage in stopping violence and making sure that our community is talking about the value that we are not a violent community. And Green Dot's about taking that opportunity one step at a time, that if you see something, that you do something, you say something to somebody, and that makes a difference in that other person's life. So I want to thank you all for this, and have a good evening.
I just want to thank you, Susie, and your organization for all you do on behalf of our community. Thank you so much. We are now at agenda item 9A4, AR 2016-274, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the month of October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. May I have a second, please? Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, this resolution is approved.
Who's here to receive it?
Madam Chair, this is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing the month of October as National Disability Employment Awareness Month. Whereas workplaces welcome talents of all people, including people with disabilities, as a critical part of our efforts to build an inclusive community and a strong economy. In this spirit, the Municipality of Anchorage is recognizing National Disability Employment Awareness Month to raise awareness about disability employment issues and celebrate the many and varied contributions of people with disabilities. And whereas persons with disabilities must always be given opportunities to reach their full potential as contributing members of our society today and in the future, acknowledgement of this worthy observance reinforces the ideas of respect, fairness, and inclusion, and increases the realization that we must do everything possible to ensure we all live and work with the freedom and dignity that we deserve. And whereas the month of October is recognized as National Disability Employment Awareness Month to encourage the integration of Americans with disabilities into our nation's workforce, activities during the month reinforce the value and talent added to our workplace and communities by people with disabilities and affirms municipalities' commitment to all of our citizens. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to proclaim October 2016 as National Disability Employment Awareness Month. In so doing, we call upon our employers, schools, and other community organizations in Anchorage, Alaska to hire qualified Anchorage residents with disabilities and to observe this month with appropriate programs and activities to advance its important message that people with disabilities are equal to the task throughout the year. This resolution shall be effective immediately upon passage and approval by the Assembly, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly on this 18th day of October, 2016.
Thank you to the Assembly, Barbara Jones, and I see Amanda Moser's here too, Darrell Hess, Mayor Berkowitz, and the ADA Commission, soon to be renamed, for the opportunity to address you tonight, responding to this National Disability Employment Awareness Month resolution. While we could applaud the strides of integration of persons with disabilities in employment as expressed in this high-minded and wonderful resolution, here are some suggestions to act on it. The fabric of our society can be enhanced, not just by tolerance as a benchmark of inclusion, but by expanded training to be provided to all levels of government, nonprofit, private and private industry. Implicit bias and equity for people with the most severe disabilities still remains a barrier or obstacle. As the Bible says, don't put a stumbling block before the blind, or parenthetically any disability, which we read during Jewish services last week. Perhaps dementia is the second most feared disease by society now, as was mentioned at an Aging and Disability Summit last week. However, blindness has always been on the top of the charts of people's fears because of contagion and being a burden on others, as people thought. No matter what our disabilities are, society must begin to work towards inclusivity and allow us to connect with each other not just by statute or ordinance, but by acting towards fulfilling the promise. That promise. How do we do that? Teachers tell us that kindness is more important than academic excellence. It's caring, sharing, being curious about each other, contributing and wrapping our arms around the most disenfranchised people in our society. We are the most unemployed, underemployed. Most of us have faced multiple societal trauma and harassment on the job, isolation, depression and mental illness, and substance abuse. We all must work together to solve the outsider status of people with severe disabilities. To mitigate this reality, I'm developing a workshop whose focus is attitudinal barriers. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you all tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your words, Lynn.
Don't go away, Lynn. You're up next, too.
We're now at Agenda Item 9A5, AR 2016-283, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring Lynn Corral for her public advocacy and service to the municipality of Anchorage. Mr. Evans.
Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent, and seeing no objection, this resolution is approved.
Thank you. It's a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing and honoring Lynn Corral for her public advocacy and service to the municipality of Anchorage. Whereas Lynn Corral was born and raised in New York City, where she began advocating for disability rights in 1969 as a 17-year-old founding member of the Blind Power movement. And whereas, blind from birth, Lynn has overcome discrimination and stereotyping to earn a bachelor's degree in psychology, a master's degree in social work, and a master's degree in public administration. And whereas, since moving to Anchorage in 1991, Lynn has earned a reputation as a passionate, articulate, tireless advocate for disability and human rights in our community. playing a key role in passage of legislation in 2002 that made voting equipment accessible to people with disabilities. And whereas Lynn has worked on disability issues for 47 years, working on the Alaska Information Radio and Education Services from 1993 to 2002, and with the Alaska Center for the Blind and Visually Impaired from 2002 to 2006. And whereas in 2006, Lynn was appointed to the Anchorage Community Diversity Advisory Commission by Mayor Begich and to the ADA Advisory Commission by Mayor Sullivan in 2012. And whereas, to quote Lynn, disability is a diversity issue. When you're blind, people judge you without knowing you. They only see blindness. They don't see you. I grew up being told that I was stupid because I was blind, and I simply refused to accept that judgment. And whereas Lynn has spent a lifetime proving people's assumptions wrong, acting as a committed, passionate community advocate and change agent while providing exceptional service and technical support to the Office of the Mayor, the Anchorage Assembly, and the community of Anchorage on ADA and disability-related issues and legislation. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly resolves to recognize Lynn Corral for her 25 years of service and dedication to the disability rights movement, the municipality, and the citizens of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 18th day of October, 2016.
My name is David Zemer. I've served with Lynn on the ADA Commission for the last 4 years, and she asked that I just say a few words. On behalf of the Commission, we're going to miss this lady a whole lot. I also want to thank the Assembly and the Mayor for this resolution. If there's anyone who deserves it, Lynn is that person. The last 4 years serving with her on this Commission has been an amazing learning opportunity for me and the other commissioners. Lynn is truly a champion, not only for people with disabilities, but for all people. She's a mentor and a teacher. She's helped the Commission craft numerous resolutions and policies, all in the attempt and the goal to make Anchorage a more inclusive place for the people who live here. And I think more than anything, when I think of Lynn, I don't think of a blind person or a person with disabilities. I think of a person who's loving and caring and truly is interested in the well-being of her fellow man. And I wanted to publicly thank her for her service to this community and say that the folks in Florida are awful lucky to have her heading there.
Yeah, well, I've had a tough few years. My mother, my twin brother, September 11, 2015, believe it or not, and my husband, who helped to start the Alaska Center for the Blind, a place that I worked for 4 years, and Anchor Rides, which he started as the older Alaskan Transportation Service. But mostly, I thank Leadership Anchorage, the Alaska Humanities Forum, who has really opened their hearts to me. Thank you so much, Kitty, by the way, and I think she's in the audience, and all my friends. And I'm going to miss everybody here. I'm sorry. I'm going to miss everybody, but I have really enjoyed my time in Anchorage. And I'll still be helping out wherever I can in Anchorage, and I've already made some connections in Sarasota, where my dad is. He's 90 years old. He still writes poetry, and I'm going to help him out. We're going to help out each other. And I have really bad arthritis now, and so it's just time to go. I have conflicted feelings, but there's still so much to do about sidewalk access, guide dog access, employment, and other issues. In 1998, we passed mobility and orientation legislation. I've done a lot of stuff here, and as I said, we still need better sidewalks, better curb cuts, and stuff that blind people don't have to worry about getting into the street because the curbs are not uniform in this town. I said that last week at the meeting. And really help people with disabilities and especially blindness to have jobs, because even though I have all these degrees, I've never been paid what I really should have been paid in my life, mostly through volunteer efforts in my life, and I think I'll continue to do that, but mostly people tell me that I have to heal and take time for myself for a couple of months. Thank you so much, Anchorage. I love you. I love you.
Wait, Flynn, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Flynn wants to say a few words, Lynn.
Lynn, I think I speak for everybody here. We love you too, and we thank you for all you've done. You've given much more than any of us. And if I know anything about you, you're going to keep tabs on us. So if you have any advice, we'll take it whenever you have it. Okay?
Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Lynn, this is Elvie. We do love you. We're going to miss you in this community, but you know what? We're going to miss you at Curves a lot.
I've known Elvie and Training for many years, and Aries is being shut down. They didn't get any funding from the state this year. I started out in Juneau in 1992, believe it or not, and it was very difficult. Again, because they called me a militant advocate. Isn't that an oxymoron, though? Anyway, but I've always been a tireless person for people with disabilities. And in the 1980s, somebody told me, Lynn, you're not just a leader for blind people and people with disability. You're a leader for everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We are now at agenda item 9D7. Mr. Trainee won't be moving 9C1, so we're at 9D7. AM 685, 2016, recommendation of award to HDR Alaska, Inc. for consulting services for the 2040 Metropolitan Transportation Plan. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to postpone consideration of this item to our meeting of November 1. And if I get a second, I'll speak to that.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think all of you saw I posed a question to the administration. I'm not satisfied the language in the contract has sufficient performance requirements. I did briefly speak offline with the procurement officer, Mr. Haddon, and if you would grant me the leave to work on this, I would think we could make it a little bit better than it is. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ask unanimous consent to postpone this until the meeting of November 1st. Seeing no objection, this item is postponed to the meeting of November 1st. We are now at agenda item 9E1, Information Memorandum 131, 2016, Internal Audit Report 2016-05, Harry J. McDonald Memorial Center. Mr. Starr.
I postpone action on this item until our meeting on November 1st.
Second.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent to postpone accepting this AIM until the meeting of November 1st, and seeing no
Madam
objection,
Chair.
this is postponed. Mr. Trainee.
We have a Rules Committee meeting on this, Committee of the Whole, on Thursday from 1 to 2 o'clock, room 155.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
The public is invited to attend from
And-
155 from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock on Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Clerk had also reminded me that it is a public hearing.
And Committee of the Whole is the entire assembly, obviously.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. You're absolutely right. Committee of the Whole, that means all of us.
Sorry.
Okay. We are now at agenda item 9F4, Ordinance 2016-128, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 28.65050, to increase the 911 surcharge as authorized by Alaska Statute 29.35.131. Mr. Starr. Mr. Starr? Okay, would somebody like to introduce this item? We need 3 to introduce. Move to introduce. We need 2 others.
Second.
Third.
Thank you. That item is introduced.
Madam Chair, for clarity, did we in fact schedule a work session prior to November 1st? I thought it was set up for the 28th. Is that what we decided to do?
I don't remember. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Could you say that in the microphone? Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, the work session is scheduled from 3 till 4:30 on Friday, October 28th.
So also, Madam Chair, the public meeting that we had, the work session, if you will, that we had just earlier, had some requests of the administration. Do I need to restate those at more of a public forum such as tonight, or do you think the message was sent on some of the conversation?
I think the message was sent, and we can also follow up with an email, Mr. Starr.
Thank you.
You're welcome,
Appreciate your
Mr.
time.
Starr. We are now at Agenda Item 9F10, AR 2016-283, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $527,000 of Convention Center fund balance to the Convention Center Operating Reserve for capital improvements at the William E. Egan and Denina Civic and Convention Centers. Mr.
Move to
Training.
introduce, Madam Chair.
We
need a second and third.
Second.
Need a third.
Third.
Okay.
That
To
item is
Mr.
introduced.
Falsey, what I'm looking for, sir, is take a look at state law as it relates to concealed weapons. When I hear metal detector, I hear people trying to stamp on Second Amendment concealed carry we've got in Alaska. I want to make sure this doesn't violate the state of Alaska concealed carry law, which preempts the cities. If you'd check that for me before it comes to us, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. That item is introduced. We are now at Agenda Item 9F13, AO 2016-132, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 11.10160, fees to allow transaction processing fees for taxicab fares paid for by a credit card or debit card. Mr. Dunbar.
Move to introduce.
On that date, sir.
I'd like to set the public hearing date for December 6th.
I'll second that.
Third.
Ask unanimous consent to change the public hearing date to, what was the date again, Mr. Dunbar?
The 6th of December.
December 6th. And seeing no objection, that public hearing date is changed, and the ordinance is introduced. We are now finished with the consent agenda, which brings us to Agenda Item Number 13A, AR 2016-245, a resolution approving an administrative agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and Anchorage. You know what, Mr. Flynn? Thank you very much. It's not 6 o'clock yet, ladies and gentlemen, so we cannot go any further. So I would ask for a motion to take a recess, and we'll be back.
What time period, ma'am?
A 20-minute recess, Mr. Trainee.
Move to take a 20-minute recess, Madam Chair.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Seeing no objection, we are recessed for 20 minutes. I'd like to call back to order the Assembly meeting of October 18th. We are now at agenda item, continued public hearings, agenda item number 13A, AR 2016-245, a resolution approving an administrative agreement between the municipality of Anchorage and Anchorage Municipal Employees Association regarding bereavement leave for part-time employees. Public hearing is now continued. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the
Move to
body?
approve, Madam Chair.
There is no one in the, Mr. Bosky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for the administration. I just don't see a fiscal note. And it's been a while since I've read it. Where it said no C was submitted. I think it's because you're not anticipating one, but I can't imagine there's not going to be any fiscal note.
Through the chair, as the acting mayor and municipal manager, I'll call upon Misty to answer that question.
I know it says there's no cost, but please explain that to me. I would love it.
Hi, Misty Vignola, excuse me. Ms. Dembowski, through the chair. We found that there was not a significant cost. We had internal audit review it, but there is not a significant cost that would need to report to the assembly.
So I'm trying to understand this because if we're extending leave to any type of employee, there's got to be a cost. So what are we using? How are we defining the term significant?
I would like to infer that to internal audit, but when they reviewed it, we looked at it, and if my memory serves me, it was around $1,000 was the cost to us at that time, so they believed that was not necessary to report.
Well, that's actually very helpful. So that around $1,000, give or take, is that like per year, per employee?
That was what we went back and looked at for the cost.
Historically?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That actually answers my question.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Who's missing? That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14, new public hearings, 14A, AR 2016-255, a resolution appropriating $189,950 of land sale revenue to the Real Estate Services Division, Area-wide General Fund 101, for real estate projects. The public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14B, AR 2016-262, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriated $160,000 from the State of Alaska Division of Homeland Security for Emergency Management Performance Grant, EMPG, activities in the Office of the Municipal Manager. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
It's been moved and second. No one's in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Steele?
Yes.
Thank you. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14C, AR 2016-263, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $1,200,000 from capital improvements to a contribution within the Convention Center Operating Reserve for capital improvements at the Egan and Dena'ina Civic and Convention Centers. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
We need a second. Thank you, Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, Mr. Traney has me gun shy, so to speak. With respect to these appropriations in the capital improvement projects, I don't have the list for the Dena'ina Center or the Egan in front of me. Do any of these include security measures being metal detectors?
9 out of 10 already. The one's reduced for 2 weeks. Here he does. This one doesn't.
Chris is coming to the microphone.
Through the chair, this one does not, no.
Okay. Just making sure you're not slipping anything in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote.
Didn't want any security.
That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14D, AR 2016-264, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage approving one or more master tax exempt lease purchase agreement loans and appropriating an amount not to exceed $2,400,000. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14E, AO 2016-120, an ordinance authorizing the disposal of an intergovernmental permit for a public use easement to project management engineering for the extension of 100th Avenue between Minnesota Drive and C Street. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
We have a first and we have a second, and there's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14F, AO 2016-121, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by conservation easements to Heritage Land Bank of a portion of the dedicated South Anchorage Park. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14G, AO 2016-122, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive electrical easement to Truga Electric Association on a portion of Heritage Land Bank. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. No one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14H, AO 2016-1112, an ordinance of the Municipal Assembly amending Chapter 3.88 of the Anchorage Municipal Code to permit changes to the Municipal Pre-Funding Investment Program. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Or second.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There's no one in the queue. Please vote. One more. Thank you. That item is approved. We're now at agenda item 14L, AO 2016-114, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending certain provisions of Anchorage Municipal Code Title 8 to update and amend sections for consistency with national recognition of conduct implicating sex trafficking and recent state statute amendments. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? This is item 14I, not L. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Hi. Please state your name and spell your last.
Hi, my name is Tara Burns, B-U-R-N-S, and I oppose this ordinance. And thank you for the opportunity to be heard on this issue today. I first became interested in sex trafficking policy when I was 15 or 16, and a district attorney in Fairbanks decided to drop charges against my father for pimping me out because she thought that juries didn't like teenage prostitutes. Since that time, I spent about 2 decades working in the sex industry here in Alaska and all over the world. Last year, I completed a master's degree in social justice at UAF and did my thesis research on the lived experiences and policy recommendations of people in Alaska's sex trade. That research is being replicated at Brown University right now, and I also was recently invited to speak about that research at Cambridge University. I'm a part of the Community United for Safety and Protection. We are a group of current and former sex workers, sex trafficking victims, and allies working towards safety and protection for everyone in Alaska's sex industry. And earlier this year, we spent about 100 days in Juneau, lobbying for what became Section 36 of Senate Bill 91. And that altered the state prostitution statute to allow people in the sex industry to report a very short list of violent felonies without being charged with prostitution. Even though I am an expert on this topic and am sought out nationally and internationally to speak on these issues, I made myself available to the task force and to the administration, but I was not contacted until last night by them. This legislation does not reflect the realities of Alaska's sex trade. Instead of reworking your sex trafficking law, it should be completely deleted. As the document says, we already have a state sex trafficking law that should not be replicated at the municipal level. Meeting clients, first of all, demonstrates that whoever wrote it has not really looked at prostitution cases here in Alaska. Clients are not charged under the statute that they're renaming anyways. And it's an approach that has been shown over and over again to increase violence against sex workers. It is the opposite of the recommendations of Amnesty International to protect the human rights of sex workers. CUSP also opposes affirmative defenses. They are not accessible, and they ignore most of the violence against people in the sex industry. There are currently 10 unsolved missing person and murder cases of sex workers in Anchorage. And any place in Alaska except for Anchorage, sex workers can report.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn has a question.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Burns. I do have a question for you, but if you can quickly summarize the final point you might have had.
Section 36 of Senate Bill 91, which modified the state prostitution code, should be added to the municipal prostitution code. And last night I was told that it would be impossible for sex workers in Anchorage to ever make reports of violent crimes like sex trafficking or murder without being prosecuted. And with all due respect, when someone tells me that they care about the safety of people in Alaska's sex trade, but don't support them being able to report violent crime, I have to question whether they are acting in good faith. I really appreciate you guys listening, and I brought packets if I can.
I do have we'll take handouts in a moment here. I did get your email, and one of your colleagues who had reached out to me, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, talked yesterday. If we hold this over for a couple of weeks, would you be available to help work on this?
Would that be November 1st or 15th?
It could be either one. That's the option of this body.
I'm available, but I would appreciate very advanced notice.
So November 15th would be better, so you have a little more time? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I just need to know so I can be in Anchorage, so I can plan like at least a week ahead of time.
Okay. It sounds like the intent is to postpone this to the November 15 meeting. So thank you very much, Ms. Burns. And you can bring that forward and hand it to the clerk, and she'll distribute it.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Welcome. Please state your name and spell your last.
My name is Caitlin Peterson, Petersen. My name is Caitlin. I was born and raised here in Anchorage. I have a number of friends who either were or are involved in sex work, and I wish for the same amount of job safety for them as for myself. I oppose Anchorage Ordinance 2016-114. This is a bad ordinance. The city should follow the state's lead in allowing sex workers to report violent felonies without being charged with prostitution. Clients of sex workers are often first responders in instances of sex trafficking and should have the ability to report without being prosecuted. It is important that the municipality of Anchorage consult with people who have lived experiences in Alaska's sex trade. Thank you for listening, and please vote no on this bad legislation.
Thank you for being here. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Lenore Jones, Jones. I'm opposing this ordinance. I was induced into the sex work as a minor and have witnessed and experienced violence in the industry. Even though I was only in it briefly, women and children in the sex trade need to be able to report violent crimes to the police. For example, Michelle Roth. She was a sex worker I knew and very close to me. She was the torso that was in the inlet that took a while to identify. And my only means of identifying her was her tattoo on her torso. I saw Michelle get abused, beat, neglected by a man that took her money, starved her, fed her drugs to keep her in the industry. And at the end of the day, she still stayed. And unfortunately, now my daughter is without an aunt, and I am without a friend. This year, we're also we're trying to build a bill for the expungement of prostitution because it is not a barrier crime. It's not a barrier crime, but when you work in the medical field, you still have to have a background check done. And when a doctor, an office manager at a medical plaza sees this on your record, they automatically deny you, no matter how good you are or how bad you are. I thank you for your time. Please oppose this bad bill and send this back to the drawing board.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
My name is Gwen Adams. I am Executive Director of Priceless, which is an anti-human trafficking group here in Anchorage, and we've had over 70 women referred into our program over the last 2 years. Of these 70 survivors, most of them, without the incredible work of law enforcement, FBI, APD, and the state troopers, would not be free today. I want to thank you for these bills that you're putting forward. These are very important. I want to thank Mayor Berkowitz for his hard work on this, but these are crucial to us going forward to become a state that does better at fighting sex trafficking. It is not the crime. Prostitution's not the industry it was even 5 years ago. As trafficking becomes and is now the fastest growing crime in our country, and I believe the fastest growing crime in our state, we have to do better at providing protection for these survivors. I really have not seen in the last 2 years when we've been really engaged in direct client services, I have not seen law enforcement charge anybody with the crime of prostitution for coming forward and reporting violent crime. I've seen the opposite. I've seen our law enforcement be heroes. I've seen them come along and offer help and hope. And with the critical testimony of these survivors, build cases against guys who would lure, recruit, groom, and exploit young women. The average age of a woman entering into the sex trade in the state of Alaska is a little bit higher than the national average. It's around 15 to 17. These are young girls being lured into an industry, and no, they do not see money from it. So thank you very much. Please support this bill. Let's get this signed into law.
Thank you very much for being here. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Staveland, Staveland. I'm the Director of Survivor Care with Priceless. I'm a social worker who has been working in anti-trafficking efforts for about 3.5 years now, and I've seen countless victims experience violence and many barriers to regaining their independence and freedom. I fully support all of these amendments as I feel that they shed light onto the true nature of prostitution in today's world and the dark violent acts of trafficking. I'm very excited to see Alaska try to get on board with national statutes that are in place nationwide. We're a little bit behind in anti-trafficking efforts, so I'm very excited to see these being addressed so that we can offer more safety and protection to the women that we are working with. Several of our women work with law enforcement officers and have not been penalized or gotten in trouble for reporting the acts that they have seen and witnessed and been forced into. They have not been prosecuted themselves for the violent things that they've had to do at the hands of someone else, or the illegal things they've had to do at the hands of someone else, and being coerced into that. So I'm very excited to see these provisions in front of us today, and just ask that you all support all of the anti-trafficking efforts going on here in Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Thank you. I am Dawn Adams. I'm the Secretary of the Board of Directors for Abolish Slavery Coalition. We work on anti-human trafficking efforts all over the world, nationally, internationally, and with a lot of law enforcement, with a lot of different task forces, with the FBI, with ICE, with the DOJ. And there's a difference in thinking when you walk into a strip club and you think that everybody is there by their own free will. When in fact, some of them may be, and those are the ones that, great. Those are many of the girls that maybe you are referring to and have been there by their own free will. But so many of them are still controlled by pimps and traffickers, and they don't have the free will to come forward and say things. And with the mentality being moved forward into understanding that girls are not prostitutes, but being prostituted, is something that I've seen change in a lot of law enforcement in the last 10 years. It's coming forward, and Alaska is a little bit behind the statutes, and we would like to see them up to at least the national. So I definitely support this, and thank you for all of your work.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Trainee?
Madam Chair, move to continue this public hearing to November 15th at the request of the administration.
Do we have a second? Thank you. Seeing no objection, this public hearing is continued to the meeting of November 15th?
15th.
Thank you. Thank you. We are now at agenda item number 14J, AO 2016-115, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 16.90, to add requirements for certain business types to post human trafficking prevention posters. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
Sylvia's coming up.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. And good evening. My name is Sylvia. I'm the director of the Alaska Hospitality Retailers. And my board of directors...
Excuse me. Can you say your last name and spell it, please, for the record?
Okay. Villamides. Villamides. On behalf of my board of directors, we support this particular ordinance. However, we would like you to consider looking at the fine schedule for the business side of it. In regards to the posting, so I know that you said that there's another version coming up and we have not seen it. However, the one that I read, there is a fine for all businesses who do not post, or their post is not available when the enforcement officer comes in to take a look and it's not there, then it's $100 per day. And we thought that was a little bit too high for the businesses. So I would like you guys to please consider looking at the fine schedule for the business part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hello. So this time I'm actually going to read my prepared statement. And again, I'm Dawn Adams with Abolish Slavery Coalition. You can find our information at abolishslavery.org. Human trafficking endangers the lives of millions of people around the world, and it is a crime that knows no borders. Trafficking networks operate both domestically and transnationally, and although abuses disproportionately affect women and girls, the victims of this ongoing global tragedy are men, women, and children of all ages. The people of Alaska are committed to the protection of individual freedom, which necessitates the elimination of human trafficking in all of its forms, including commercial sexual exploitation, debt bondage, involuntary servitude, forced marriage, forced labor, and all forms of slavery. To successfully combat human trafficking in Alaska, we must be informed about the problem in its local and global context. The efforts by individuals, businesses, organizations, and governing bodies represents one of the examples of the ongoing commitment that Alaska has to raise awareness and to actively combat and oppose human trafficking in all of its forms. This is a fantastic bill. I 100% support it.
Mr. Weddleton has a question, ma'am.
Yes.
Hi, over here.
Hi.
This would be about posting a sign saying that if you're victim of human or sex trafficking, that where you could call. So do you expect these would in fact be posted up in businesses that engage in human and sex trafficking? Would these signs be effective?
It's not just sex trafficking. We're talking about all forms of labor trafficking, debt bondage, things like that. These will be posted in 5 different languages. Oftentimes, especially under forced labor, exploitation, a lot of people don't speak English. They are told ahead of time that they're here legally or illegally, but police won't help. They'll be abused. They'll be deported. They don't know that they have rights. They are afraid to go to people, and they don't know, and they don't speak the language, so they're very isolated. Watched 100% of the time, can't escape, things like that. So this is something that if somebody is, say, in a nail salon and forced to do, nails 17 hours a day, which happens, they have options. They have something that at least they can read in their own language that says that we are aware of that situation and we want to help them.
Can I just follow up briefly?
Certainly.
So I understand that's the intent, but do you think someone whose employees are being treated that way would post the sign? Why would they?
Somebody whose employees are, okay, so to not be compliant with this, is that what you're saying?
Well, if you're human trafficking or whatever, would you post a sign that says I'm not allowed to do this?
Absolutely, I would not. If I was in the trafficking business, this would be detrimental to my money, which is at the bottom of at the end of the day, that's what traffickers are most interested in, is making a lot of money.
So they'd be unlikely to post this?
They would be very unlikely to post it. In fact, the people who would oppose something like this, and I'm not saying everybody, because I know that this lady just spoke about opposing it, but the people who generally would not be likely to post this or would oppose this are people who are making a lot of money off of human trafficking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. There are 2 other questions, ma'am. Mr. Falsey?
Through the chair, just to the extent that it may be helpful to the last exchange, I would point out that most of the organizations and the entities that would be required to post the poster are regulated establishments who are getting regular inspections anyway. So the municipality could add compliance of the posting to that standard inspection.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Trainee?
Just to agree with Mr. Falsey, if you take a look on page 304, it has a $100 a day fine for failure to post the sign. We have code enforcement people that are out there that definitely, if you're required to have it and you don't have it, you will get a fine. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Welcome. Please state your name and spell your last.
Janet Weltzine, Weltzin. I don't have any issue with the content of this ordinance. I can't help to notice that CHAR was invited to the table to discuss this ordinance. It sounds like the hospitality industry was invited to the table to discuss this ordinance, and the cannabis community wasn't even consulted. So we're here, we're at the table, we would like to be included. I'm a director of the Alaska Marijuana Industry Association. We were not reached to talk about this, and the president of the Alaska Cannabis Association is in the room, and he was not reached either, for the Anchorage Cannabis Business Association. So we're here, we'd like to be included. I support this, I actually don't see any issue with it. Just wanted to let you guys know that.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Trainee?
Just if your organization is added, you will be invited to the table.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Mbosky?
I think Mr. Trainee jumped at it, but I want to point out that these are all publicly noticed, so I don't know that CHAR was invited or the hospitality industry was invited. But as the marijuana industry has learned, be careful what you ask for.
Thank you, Mr. Mbosky. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Zach Fields. I live at 20th and Carlock, and wanted to speak in support of the ordinance. The mayor and his staff have done a lot of hard work to address trafficking in concert with multiple state departments. I work for the State Department of Labor. I'm not here as an official spokesman, but did want to share my experience. We've seen human and sex trafficking in multiple lines of business, including some of those that are addressed here in the ordinance. The ordinance represents a rational approach to a particular type of labor rights violation that state statutes, which in most cases date back about a half century, really aren't very well equipped to address. When you look at our statutes, they're very well designed for a unionized construction workforce, where a worker who maybe is a victim of wage theft or some other kind of labor exploitation can go to a wage and hour office and file a wage claim and get their wages back. Well, we know that that's really not possible for victims of human trafficking, many of whom don't speak English at all, certainly don't speak English as a first language. They aren't aware of the labor laws. They don't have union business agents informing them of their labor rights. So when you look at the requirement of posting these notices, that really reaches a population who isn't even aware that there's a wage and hour office that they can visit. They probably aren't aware that there are FBI folks who would be investigating these crimes. So the posting notice is really important. The mayor and the state have an ongoing human trafficking working group that includes different law enforcement agencies and different civil regulatory enforcement agencies, including licensing, including wage and hour. And getting to Mr. Weddleton's point, if there's a business that chooses not to post, because let's just say they're engaged in human trafficking, that's something that one of the civil regulatory agencies is going to notice, and they're going to let other agencies know, and that's going to enhance the scrutiny over those businesses that might be engaging in human trafficking. So actually, a business's failure to post a notice as required under this ordinance might help direct investigators' attention to a business that might be systematically and consciously violating the law, and that in and of itself would actually help aid enforcement and help detect human trafficking. So I just want to speak in support of the ordinance and thank the mayor and the assembly for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Sir?
Yes.
Come here for a second. You guys just dealt recently, didn't you, with the strip club in town that was brought up on charges for exactly what you're talking about. The girls were not being paid a minimum wage for their performances. So we appreciate you guys taking a stand on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton?
Mr. Field, so are you involved through DOL? DOL has inspectors that goes out and looks at businesses?
Yes, and Jeremy is a wage and hour investigator, so he might be better equipped to answer questions about kind of day-to-day work as a wage and hour investigator, but yes.
Okay, so they would go to these businesses. So do they look for human trafficking, slaves, and so on, or do they just look for signs being posted?
The answer is yes, but it's complicated. The way that wage and hour is set up is historically has been designed to be a responsive or reactive. So an individual who believes that their labor rights have been violated goes into the wage and hour office and files a complaint, and that individual really has to follow up on that. Well, of course, if you're being enslaved, you don't have the ability to do that. One of the things that wage and hour has tried to do in response to kind of the real world is not merely be reactive, recognizing that not everyone has the ability to bring a wage claim if they're the victim of human trafficking or some other form of labor exploitation. So I think the wage and hour staff has really tried to address the labor market as it actually exists in Alaska, but historically it was set up to be reactive. And again, that's one of the reasons that this ordinance is very well thought out, because it ensures that victims can have one more tool to defend their own rights by trying to report when they become aware that actually there are some laws out there to protect them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Applegate, A-P-P-L-E-G-A-T-E, and I do work for the Department of Labor, but I'm here as a private citizen in support of this ordinance. I believe that not only does it allow the opportunity for those individuals to find contact information on their own through seeing this poster in these places of business, but it also sends out a message to those persons who are frequenting those businesses that that industry may have issues with human trafficking, and it keeps extra eyes out in the world. That being said, they also are persons who can report to authorities that they see something suspicious. In addition to that, as those inspectors or investigators go out into the field, those investigators don't have a wide amount of languages that they may speak. I mean, there may be one or two people out there that speak more than one language, but those investigators are often meeting up with a multitude of persons that speak different languages, and those communications are often clipped and brief. Also, those individuals may be watched when they're interacting with employees, and so having a persistent posting goes far beyond the exchange of a business card. And so, yeah, I would support this ordinance.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Weddleton.
So a couple of questions come up. One is you envision that, I guess, where would this sign be posted so that customers would see it? Would this be like at the front door, or?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it would be where customers can see it, but a lot of businesses up here don't consist of multiple rooms. Salons may have a front room and a back room, so if it's posted in the back room, yeah, customers wouldn't see it. Delivery people might see it. Some of those businesses, may have it posted where they normally post all their postings, which may be in the open. I couldn't predict all of the different situations that would be encompassed there.
Right. Can I continue?
Certainly, Mr. Weddleton.
So you, as an inspector, you go into businesses and you look to see if they're complying with all the other sign laws, then I would guess, right?
As a point of clarification, I am an investigator.
Investigator.
And so, as Zach pointed out, our agency is reactive. In most cases, we get claims in our office and we investigate. However, we do maintain a community presence. When we receive a phone call, whether an anonymous or identified caller, we may end up checking out a business. We also do routine on-sites, which means that we go around to the community and introduce ourselves so that not only are we in contact with employees, but we're in contact with employers, let them know that we are a resource so that they can learn about wage and hour laws and stay in compliance. During those routine visits, we basically just walk around into random businesses and we come in contact with a lot of different issues, legal and illegal. And I guess that I hope answers your question.
Briefly,
one more, Mr. Weddleton.
So when you go in there, businesses should have quite a number of signs posted. I think, how many are you aware of? There's a lot of laws on signs.
You've got federal, state, municipal ordinances that are federal, state, municipal laws that require postings. We specifically look for a wage and hour poster, making sure that people are aware that there's a minimum wage in the state of Alaska that they need to be paid. And I can tell you that that those postings do have an impact. Employees read those all the time. They will call our office and say, hey, I saw this poster, and am I subject to this? Do I get this? Do I get overtime? My boss told me I don't get overtime. And then we get to break down that situation and have a conversation. But without that posting, sometimes we wouldn't have that conversation. And that's what this ordinance may lead to, is communication, a conversation, and that's where a lot of this starts.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, sir. Mr. Trainee.
Sir, I want to thank you for your efforts. I met with some of the people that work there, and many of them were from Russia. They didn't speak English, and they were lost here. They were brought here, not promised what they were told they were going to get, so thank you for following that up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening again. Tara Burns, B-U-R-N-S. I appreciate the chance to be heard again, and I appreciate your focus on human trafficking. Human trafficking is most common in industries, the domestic and farm industries. Here in Alaska, the carnival industry is one of the industries that has a lot of human trafficking. The International Labor Organization has a lot of statistics about trafficking worldwide. If you are interested in information, they have a great website that really breaks things down for you. I want to bring your attention again that some of the victims who would see these signs have rights. We even have T visas for people who have been trafficked from other countries so that they aren't penalized by being deported. But victims of sex trafficking who would see these signs do not have the same rights as other victims of trafficking. And there are even people here today telling you that women like myself should not have access to the equal protections of the justice system if we were victimized within the sex industry. And I also want to encourage you guys to come to www.sextraffickingalaska.com and click on Listen to Us, and you can listen there to the stories of sex trafficking victims who have been trafficked here in Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening again. Stephanie Staveland, Staveland. Gwen and I have had the opportunity to work with Mayor Berkowitz and his current anti-trafficking task force and are really excited about bringing education and awareness as one of the main focuses of that task force. We believe that education and awareness is one of the most effective ways of combating the issue of human trafficking, both labor and sex trafficking. So we're excited about this. A lot of the women that I work with, when they first come into us, tell me that this is just the way of life, the cards that they have been handed. So it's exciting to see that if there's posters and awareness out in the community, they may be able to self-identify as a victim of trafficking earlier and find resources in the communities that they can reach out to earlier and receive help earlier. I was able to attend a training that was brought to Alaska back in September of 2013. GEMS is a nationwide organization. Rachel Lloyd came and trained a lot of providers in Alaska. One of the statistics that she shared was over 50% of women who are victims of trafficking report that they wanted to leave but did not know how to or have resources. So if we can help lower that statistic and provide women and men who are being victimized in Alaska with information about resources they can access sooner, then that's wonderful. So we support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. Hi. My name is Mara Kimmel, Kimmel, and I have been helping the municipality and the state work on the Human Trafficking Working Group. And we have two goals to continue the great work that was started by Governor and First Lady Sean and Sandy Parnell. The goals that we have continued forward are to increase awareness of human trafficking and decrease the incidence of human trafficking. And I come here tonight to speak in favor of the ordinance as a very crucial first step to increase awareness about human trafficking, because the plain fact is this crime is occurring in our community, and oftentimes this might be the only opportunity that people who are experiencing human trafficking might have to see that, in fact, what they are experiencing does rise to the level of this criminal behavior. But also, more importantly, the ordinance would provide people with information about where to get help. And that information is not currently widespread. It's not currently available anywhere. And the other problem with human trafficking is it is a silent crime, and we don't know it yet. We don't understand what human trafficking is. We have a much better sense of sex trafficking than we do of labor trafficking, but we need to begin the process of educating our community that this crime is happening in our city. And so I urge you to support this ordinance, to pass this ordinance, and I look forward to working with the Assembly as we move forward to combat this crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Mr. Trainee?
Madam Chair, move to continue the public hearing to the 15th November 2016. We're going to add a few more categories onto this, ma'am.
Can we have a second, please? Okay, I don't see any objection. This public hearing is continued to the meeting of November 15th. We are now at agenda item number 14K, AO 2016-116, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 11.50, Port of Anchorage, to update the current industry terminology and amending Section 14.60030 fine schedule accordingly. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Okay. Thank you. Please vote. That ordinance is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14L, AO 2016-118, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Section 12.15015, to create tax incentives for the replacement of older buildings to be effective when no longer precluded by state law. Public hearing is now open.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Weddleton?
Just a moment. I have passed out an S version of this ordinance that was worked on through the Community and Economic Development Committee, and I believe it has the general support, at least, of Mr. Flynn and Ms. Demboski. And my intent would be to go ahead and have the public hearing, but extend it to the meeting of December 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Demboski?
Madam Chair, I think this was laid on the table. Did we actually introduce the S version yet?
No.
All right.
Oh, so I guess I move to introduce.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That ordinance is now introduced, and the public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Mr. Weddleton? You'd like to move to continue the public hearing?
Thank you. I'd move to continue the public hearing to December 6th.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no objection, this public hearing is continued to the meeting of December 6th. Yes. Yes. Right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. That's okay. We are now at agenda item 14M, AO 2016-123, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 12.15025 to extend the time period in which a person may submit an application for a real property valuation reassessment following a disaster caused by a fire. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14N, AO 2016-117, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Title 23 of the Anchorage Municipal Code to revise the valuation method for purposes of determining fees by reflecting the lower value of finished basements and permanent fabric structures. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
I looked at this, and basically we're doubling the value that the basements and the canvas structures would be, and so presumably doubling the permit fees. And I just wondered, with the system, does this go to the building board, someone, staff or whoever? I mean, has this gone through proper or long? Have builders seen this? I guess that's my question.
I think Chris and Kent are coming to the podium.
Through the chair, Kent Coles, Acting Director of Development Services. This has not gone to the building board. There's not a requirement in the code for it to go to the board, but we can certainly share it with them.
Anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, so do you often, I mean, would something like this sometimes go or rarely, or what's the, I don't know the routines.
I don't know. I've been acting for 6 months. I'm not sure how often it would go.
Okay. Would there be a benefit in putting this off a bit till they had a chance to look at it and give some feedback?
Chris Schutte, Director of Office of Economic Community Development. Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, notice was published of this, and to date, correct me if I'm wrong, Kent, I believe we only received 2 comments from the public, which would include members of the building board and actual trades, to this particular fee change. So it certainly is something that could be done. It was not required, but it was published, noticed, and we received very little feedback.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Chris. Just to follow up, so I'm gonna back clean up here a little bit. So, have you had any discussions with any of the home builders organizations within the municipality of Anchorage directly relating to this ordinance?
Through the chair, yes, Ms. Dombrowski, we have. In fact, it was the Home Builders Association that helped connect us with professionals in the finance world, so that we could better understand the way that, from a financing standpoint, they value new buildings, including basements. And it was because of this connection that we were able to create the methodology that you see in front of you for how valuations are reflected in the permits, too.
Okay, and have any of the building organizations in the municipality of Anchorage expressed support or opposition to this ordinance specifically? Because I haven't seen it.
Through the chair, Ms. Demboski, we kept the AHBA, the Anchorage Home Builders Association, in the loop. In my last communication with their board chair, asking if he would be up for testifying in favor of this ordinance. He was non-committal, but he said this is not it's not the worst thing we've ever seen, and then he never followed up after that.
Okay. I'll let public testimony finish before I ask my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. I think, didn't we finish public testimony? Yeah, right. We're at, debate. Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Well, I just needed some more clarity. Kent or Chris, either one. Are we establishing then a fixed cost per square foot on the average for finished basements?
We're establishing a fixed cost per square foot, which is lower than the fixed cost per square foot for above grade space.
No matter how much it costs to finish the basement? I first read it as you submitted the cost estimates based on what the contractor is thinking it's going to cost, multiply it times 1.3, and there's your assessed formula. That's not how we're going to do it?
No, sir. The valuation is determined based on charts that are put up by the International Code Council nationally, and they publish square foot construction costs for a variety of types of construction, residential, commercial, parking garages, things like that. And then it's adjusted in code by a factor of a 1.3, a 30% adder for Alaska costs.
Seems unscientific when you'd have a $20,000 or $30,000 home theater in your basement, though, that you draw in and you permit for and you get inspected for. So don't we lose in some cases?
Well, the valuations are based on the
this is strictly for permit valuations, not assessed values, is what you're saying.
Correct. Yeah, and it's based on the structure, not the finishing. So if it's finished as a home theater, that might be taken into account in assessments. I don't know, but it's not taken into account in the building permit
For the
fees.
permitting function.
Correct.
Yeah, and your costs in the permitting function would incur additional inspectors, or what are they getting for their money?
There would not be additional inspections. What we're doing is bringing the valuation for finished basements.
For the permitting function, so you got additional plan review costs. I'm trying to say here, you're going to pay more, this is what you're going to get, or this is the justification. Just to say that it needs to be ramped up to from 1990 cost to new cost, it would mean to be logical for my portion of the discussion to say that, well, we've incurred all these additional costs to review your plans, or send an inspector, or new modern building codes talk to us about these different parameters related to finished basements. That's what I can't justify that right now in my mind, other than just generically the square footage based on the building code groups in other parts of the country are saying X.
Please.
Through the chair, I think I understand your question, Mr. Starr, to be, is the proposed rate increase simply for the sake of raising the rates, or does it support the inspections and other services that we provide? And the answer is yes. The cost of providing the services that have been provided through inspection plan review, et cetera, have not been in line with the fees charged to customers. This brings parity back to it.
That's a better answer, I think, for the fact that when contractors submit those plans, they expect diligence both on your side and the others, which in real world says, hey, the plan review people found these deficiencies in your design and development, fix them now before you go build them. And then, so I think if we do get increased plan review, particularly for the cost of the plans, and everybody's a little more adept, the change orders will be less and life will be better when the inspectors do show up for code compliance. So thanks for the answer. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Mbosky?
Thank you. I'm going to have you walk me through this a little bit, Chris, because I'm trying to make sure I understand it. So for years and years and years, we charged $65 a square foot for basements.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Right. And then in August 2016, all of a sudden the determination was made, well, that policy wasn't really approved by the Assembly, so then the price went up to $146.45 per square foot.
Yes, that's correct.
So now what we're saying is we're going to bring the cost to $98.12 a square foot.
Correct.
So, in fact, over the why is it okay? Let me back up. Going on what Mr. Starr said, we've invested in all these different plan review systems, electronic systems to try to streamline. You would think that would bring down the cost. So I know you're telling us that this is going to help cover some of the costs, but, other than lip service, I mean, what do you have data-wise to show me that?
Do you have an answer? I can go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
Through the chair, Ms. Demboski, we can provide that information. We get regular updates from the Development Services budget admin staff that analyzes all of the services provided by Development Services and makes pretty compelling arguments that the majority of fees that we charge, whether it's for unfinished basements, finished basements, and others, don't actually keep up with the cost of administering the services once you factor in things like annual labor increases, et cetera. We'd be happy to provide information specific to the basements if you would like.
I would like. Thank you. My last question, and this is a little bit of me just frankly not trusting the government, but when we're setting the valuations now at $98.12 a square foot for finished basements, is there any possible way this is going to translate into higher appraisal values for existing homes that have these basements?
Through the chair, I'm not an appraiser, so I couldn't say definitively. My belief would be that the permit valuations are separate from assessments.
Do you have any idea does anybody from the administration, can anybody answer for me, when they're doing an appraisal of a basement versus above ground finished space, what is the valuation giving to basements when we're doing appraisals? Because this is an important question to me, because if we're about to raise the cost potentially on appraisals, if there's parity, I want to know before I vote.
And through the chair, Ms. Demboski, that's a very good question. In fact, it's one that we asked the people who finance construction. This was at the request of the Home Builders Association. What we found is that the methodology that they use for appraising construction loans is completely in line. In fact, it's the methodology that we're replicating through this proposal here. Now, that's for the financing of a construction loan. For property appraisal, I can't speak on their behalf, but strictly from the construction and the financing of that construction side, the two are in alignment.
Okay. Well, I have great trepidation because I feel like we very well may inadvertently, unless somebody's here from property appraisal who can answer my question, we may be inadvertently raising a lot of people's property appraisals. I don't know. Maybe it's lowering them. I don't know. But I think it's an important question.
Through the chair, Ms. Demboski, there isn't property appraisal will be one of the groups that I work with. What we would do when we assess the value of a home is to look at it, how it's been finished out, and then based upon market value, what that would be. So I think that these are somewhat independent processes that are based on taking a look at what the value of a home is and assigning a market value to that.
Yeah, they're independent processes until they're relied upon next year to value people's appraisals. That's the problem. So, Mr. Harris, the question I have then, obviously, when there's a difference when property appraisal is appraising a home and they have a finished basement versus an unfinished basement. My question is, what is the formula that they use? What is the value they use on a per square foot basis for a finished basement in the municipality of Anchorage?
And through the chair, Mr. Demboski, that's a great question. I'll find the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Demboski. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I just wanted something for clarification. So we've got roughly $98 for the basement. Do you then multiply it by that 1.3, or is 98?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, the $98 is after the value in the building valuation data chart is multiplied by 1.3.
Okay, and then the 73 for the fabric structures, same.
Yes, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Okay,
yes.
great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote.
Thank you.
That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14-0, AR 2016-270.
Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, throw myself on the mercy of the body here. The agenda is very thoughtfully prepared so that my eviction will occur prior to the final item. However, the addition of the emergency ordinance somewhat complicates that. it would, to the extent you would like my input on that ordinance, I would appreciate it being taken up either now or at least prior to item 14Q.
Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to take up item 15A at this time.
I think you should just sit upstairs for 3 hours, Mr. Flynn.
No way.
Yeah. Or drive around the block all evening.
Hold on, folks. Okay. Is there a second to Mr. Flynn's motion to change the order of the day?
Second.
Okay. We need to vote to change the order of the day, correct? Thank you. Please vote. There's a motion to change the order of the day to take up special orders now. Please vote. I don't see anything.
Obviously, they don't want
Well, okay. We're going to vote once again to change the order of the day. Okay. Okay. We have changed the order of the day. We are now taking up agenda items. I'm going to. We are now taking up item number 15, special orders, and it is an emergency ordinance which does not require advertisement or a public hearing. The title of the ordinance is EO 2016-2, an emergency ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly to enact a temporary moratorium on the issuance of the demolition and other permits required by Title 23 of the Anchorage Municipal Code for properties within the municipality listed on the National Register of Historic Places. We're now at debate. I don't see anybody in the queue. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm somewhat familiar with the justification for this emergency ordinance. And while we don't vote on things like this, I would humbly request that I be designated as the shuttle diplomatist for this body, perhaps with the assistance of Mr. Starr in trying to work out some of the underlying issues behind it. And I'll leave it at that unless people really need to look behind the curtain, but I think it's probably best that we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I'm not quite sure what you just said, but regardless, I am going to refer to Mr. Falsey. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Some words of introduction for this emergency ordinance. So we have placed before the body Emergency Ordinance 2016-2, which would place a temporary moratorium on the issue of demolition or other permits under Title 21 for properties that are listed on the National Register of Historic Places. An ordinance along these lines was suggested by the municipality's Historic Preservation Commission, which in August correctly noted that there is today no public process associated with the demolition of historic buildings within the municipality at all. Under current code, a request to demolish a historic building triggers no public notice, no public discussion, no process where alternatives can be developed or proposed. Research presented to the Commission revealed that other jurisdictions have addressed that proposed deficiency in at least two ways. Some have created historic zoning overlay districts to preserve the historic character of particular portions of their towns. Others have addressed the issue through historic property demolition review or demolition delay ordinances, which are designed to create that public conversation, public notice, a forum where the alternatives to the destruction of historic properties can be debated and developed. Those types of ordinances do take some time to vet and develop, so several communities have taken the additional step of enacting a temporary protective moratorium on permit issuance to give their assemblies some breathing room to assess the merits of either or both of those approaches, either zoning overlays or demolition review ordinances. And that is what our Anchorage Historic Preservation Commission recommended in August. In its 2016-4 resolution, which we have attached to the memorandum accompanying the emergency ordinance, they asked for that temporary protective moratorium. My office was tasked with reviewing that recommendation. We opined favorably on its legality in September, and we were actually working towards bringing an ordinance along those lines to the Assembly's attention in the normal course of business. So what brought this to our attention today, and what brings it to you today, was there was a recent development that occurred late yesterday when contractors retained by the owners of the Fourth Avenue Theater went to the permit center and sought a permit to demolish the Fourth Avenue Theater. Suffice to say, that action brought the Commission's finding into pretty stark relief for us. With regard to the theater specifically, though, I want to be clear that since that development occurred and was brought to our attention late yesterday, we were able to reach out and contact representatives of the owners today, and I am happy to report that we were told that there are no plans to imminently demolish the building. We were told that the owners sought the permit in an honest, but I will say mistaken belief that they needed to obtain the permit in order to avoid an enforcement action from the municipality. And if the chair will engage in a slight digression, that may require some additional explanation. The Assembly is well aware that the owners of the Fourth Avenue Theater are also owners of the Northern Lights Inn. Readers of the newspaper will know that the municipality recently obtained and served an administrative search warrant to inspect the interior of the Northern Lights Inn and investigate continuing reports that individuals were continuing to gain unauthorized access to that building, and in some cases may have been setting fires in the interior. That inspection process revealed some significant deficiencies and resulted in both our fire department and our code enforcement officers issuing notices of violation and compliance orders to the owners of the Northern Lights Inn. In response to those notices, the owners understood that an alternative to complying with the new requirements that they restore the sprinkler system, the fire alarm system, etc., would be to demolish the Northern Lights Inn. We are in active discussions with the owners about pursuing that alternative, and the owners have obtained a permit to demolish the Northern Lights Inn. I think as part of that conversation, it drifted to the Fourth Avenue Theater, but we are working diligently to put that back in a box.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Falsey. So I'm curious, was the permit for the Northern Lights Inn demolishing, was it issued yesterday?
It was.
Was the permit issued for the Fourth Avenue Theater issued yesterday?
Through the chair, it was not. The property is flagged in the Hanson permitting system. There was an open question as to the continuing vitality of a conservation easement, which was once recorded for the Fourth Avenue Theater. We're still running that question to ground, so it was not.
Okay. So your testimony tonight is that the owners don't have the intention to knock down the Fourth Avenue Theater.
Through the chair, all I can report is that that is what they conveyed to us.
Okay. Well, I have, in my opinion, you have not satisfied the need for an emergency ordinance. I think this is poor public process. It's a knee-jerk reaction, frankly, and I won't support it. I think it's just, this is terrible public process to drop something like this on the Assembly the night of an Assembly meeting with absolutely no public notice, no public process. Our job is to serve the public, and when we are reactionary like this, and frankly, in my view, violate someone's private property rights, especially when it comes to this piece of property that has been on the ballot and the voters rejected investing in the Fourth Avenue Theater, I think this is public extortion, and I won't support it.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Mr. Starr?
Okay, I ramble a lot, but it's also because I have a lot of historical knowledge, so hang in there. And I think the idea Mr. Flynn brings to the table on continuing conversation is helpful. I don't mind being the statesman for that. The leadership that I bring to the conversation is from several different perspectives. What I've noticed recently in the packaging of legislation from the administration is sort of selective delivery of that message in a way that perhaps is there. And there is a little bit of criticism in that fact because you leave out critical items that would help the observation that it's related to the Fourth Avenue Theater. I don't know that we want to dance around that. I think the idea that we bring that to it. What I mean about that is you haven't brought forward that the Assembly in 2015, under that ordinance number 59, declared the building deteriorated or / dangerous. And when I say the word deteriorated, it's in the very definition of municipal code under Chapter 23. So when it talks about deteriorated, it infers that it's dangerous. What we're trying to do is motivate a solution to that facility through that. So the Historic Commission was consulted in that. Part of 2015-59 was an understanding, an agreement that did in fact bring in the Northern Lights in downtown or Midtown with the relationship with the 4th Avenue Theater. That was a bargaining point that we had leverage on that developer, that we could utilize the downtown facility to motivate a decrepit building. We all were engaged in that conversation, and I bring the light up that that's important because the conversation at this level, this body, with other members was extensive. Facility visits, all the other stuff, the education that goes into all of that, with an attempt and an overall overreaching interest to get the developer a solution. That building is a fire hazard, the 4th Avenue Theater. I don't want to see it torn down in per se as well, but quite frankly, the determination was that only the front half, the street frontage side of that and up through the signage is probably salvageable. The rest of it is sagging wooden structures built with imported lumber and cribbed up with drive-in nails. It's a mess. The owners have a problem in a liability scenario, and so if we prohibit them from moving forward, I concur with the idea that they felt like they were forced to for several different reasons. Here's where the rambling begins, is that in 2015-59, which was supposedly sent to the Assembly members, it had a process on how to get to the end here, how to sort through that conversation. One of them was the redevelop incentives to go along with that, the permit application, all of that. So I believe that they felt once that was exhausted, the permit and the application for tax incentives relating to the 4th Avenue Theater redevelopment was denied by your CFO processing infirmed by the Assembly, that we are not going to go down that path of providing a motivation incentive relating to that 4th Avenue property. That's on top of what Ms. Dambowski said. The voters said no from public Fuller State, again, an absent item from what the voters would like us to do with tax monies or other revenues to redevelop the area. So I concur that I believe the owners of the property felt when you saw the response from the municipality, which was pretty strong, going into somebody's property under subpoena power to research that. I would suggest that you should do the same action for the derelict and already determined building that's we're deeming is dangerous downtown. Go back in there. You're required to, and I'm speaking to the administration here. This is what the executive branch does, is they take that under section 2370.701 and 704. It's clear that code enforcement, all the other powers to be that have the authority under Title 23 need to develop that action plan for enforcement. What's happening is you're relying solely on the property condition appraisals and that from maybe just Assembly members wandering through like me going, it looks pretty ugly up here. Or the owners of the property themselves have to make their own case for decrepit and derelict properties. So like you did the Northern Lights Inn, or like the enforcement agents did as they went in there to determine that, hey, all this code, all this other stuff, we need to do the same thing for the 4th Avenue Theater. And that's only out of fairness to the law. We have the 23.70.701 and 704 compliance requirements that says that's what we're supposed to be doing. And enforcement actions follow on that. It's not as an incentive to tear the building down. It's to allow the property owners to see clearly what the options are and what the intent of the municipality is. To have an emergency ordinance to say, well, wait a minute, don't tear your property down. We've pushed them to that point, quite frankly, with the exampling of denying the tax abatement motivations that the Assembly suggested that we try to do, as well as what we've done to them on similar properties for dangerous properties over in the Northern Lights area. So I see no reason to hurry the emergency. The only thing I like about it is it's 60 days. It's a 60-day moratorium. If Mr. Flynn and I are on some ad hoc committee, I think we can do that. But we need to revisit the motivations that we put in play. Mr. Trainee was very active in the conversation that talks about motivating tax incentives. It's not a tax giveaway. These are dollars we haven't collected yet. How are we going to develop and motivate downtown redevelopment? I think the property owners, again, it's private property. I don't want to see it tore down, but if we push them up against the wall that says you're going to get fined, you're going to get all these other threats of enforcement, they have no choice, I think. We've put them there. I want to reopen the dialogue. If that's what this emergency ordinance does, I'm happy to do it. If it's another hammer to tell these folks that, hey, by the way, at the end of the year, we're going to reassess your property really high. We're going to leave it up to some historic preservation committee to tell us what's going to be redeveloped downtown and what can't be redeveloped downtown. That isn't fair to private property owners. And it revisits all of the conversation that we've had over years. I don't want to see this room full of Fourth Avenue Theater advocates one way or the other. I think that's my job, but we've done that 2 and 3 and 4 times. It's highly emotional in this community to keep lining them up there. We've produced a solution over time and time and time again, and now it's time to say to these owners, these are your options. These are your flexible options. If it means keeping the store frontage there, fine, but if there's a fire over there or there's arson, I think the city's got some culpability here. We're delaying a dangerous and derelict building. We've already determined it deteriorated. If there's a fire there this winter and buildings on either side of it go down, I think we have a problem as a city. We're liable. So, whether you determine that or not, and I don't know who the executive branch is going to speak, but Mr. Flynn, if you want to go for it, I'm happy to have the conversation again. But a public hearing that packs this house and we talk about all of that occurs, it's no disrespect to that. I've been here a while too. It's a tough topic to reopen.
Thank you, Mr. Storer. We have 4 others in the queue.
That's fine.
Would you mind?
If you're going to form an ad hoc committee, Madam Chair, I'd like you to disclose that responsibilities thereof.
I haven't even given it any thought because there are 4 folks who want to have a comment.
Well,
thank you, Mr. Storer.
okay.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Folsey, there's currently no application in front of the city, is there, for a demolition on the Fourth Avenue Theater? I thought you said it was not approved, so they have no application in front of us. Or are you anticipating they're going to file another one?
Through the chair, there was a request made on Monday for a permit to be issued. Under our current code, the only thing that a demolition permit requires is payment of a $150 fee and the determination by the building official that the permit is not otherwise unlawful. The building official opined on Monday that he was not certain whether issuance of the permits would be lawful, and so it wasn't issued then, but there was an agreement that the owners may come back and ask for the permit after we've had some time to look into that issue. So there is I would say, something of a pending request, although we're in some discussions with the owners about whether they need to even go down that route. There is the very real possibility that Thursday or Friday someone could come in and request a permit to demolish any of the historic properties in Anchorage, and unless there was a valid reason not to say that a permit could not be issued for the Oscar Anderson House or the Fourth Avenue Theater, that we would be forced to issue that permit.
Another question, Mr. Folsey. How does a building get on the National Register of Historic Places? Is that an assembly action? Is it a mayoral action? How does it get on that?
There is a nomination process which is vetted by the National Park Service. In this case, we actually tried to provide you with some of that history. So as the final attachment, the second to last attachment, which is Appendix B, there is a 9-page National Register Historic Places Inventory Nomination Form that was sent to the United States Department of Interior Park Service in 1982. I'm seeing if the name of the nominator is actually listed here. But in any event, that was received in the early 80s, processed by the Park Service, and they determined that it met the qualifications of the federal law and was placed then. I think the State Historic Preservation Officer actually submitted that nomination.
Overreach?
Excuse me?
We're talking federal overreach, where they determine a property in our town is historic without it coming to this body for us to determine it's historic.
Through the Chair, I don't think that is the case in this situation. I would have to give you the full, I'd have to have some time to look into the whole history, but my understanding of the process is that the State Historic Preservation Officer was acting on some baseline recommendations that had been generated locally, and that the consequence of being listed on the National Register of Historic Places is that future federal actions, which may impact the listed properties, have to disclose the effect on the historic property. So if the federal building if the Fourth Avenue Theater, once it became a listed property, was going to be covered in coal smoke because the federal government was going to put a coal plant across the street, that would have to be disclosed. But the listing on the register itself does not impair any private property right of the owner. It only requires the federal government to disclose any adverse effects it will have on that property in a significant federal action.
It gets the city no increase in revenue from the feds for it. I'm trying to figure out what our end for having something declared historic properties is. Nothing? I mean, there's only 2 of us on the assembly that have been through that building. Mr. Starr is one, I'm the other one. You went through it too? It is a fire trap waiting to fall down.
But there's...
So Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome,
And I'll
Mr.
give you
Trainee.
pictures if you'd like them.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Mr. Croft is next.
Murals can be unbolted in an hour.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to thank the administration for quickly approving the permit to demolish the Northern Lights Inn. It's a long time coming. And quickly spotting this. I mean, there's at least two serious differences. The Fourth Avenue Theater doesn't have people living in it, squatting in it. And it had the Northern Lights Inn has no significant architectural value. And you know, my hometown doesn't have very much architectural history of value. I'm glad we're trying to save this. I don't know whether we will be successful in it. I'm familiar with the history. I know there's challenges there. But to at least have the time to try and have this not done automatically. And under our current law, there's really nothing stopping it if we don't pass this emergency measure. I dropped my daughter off at a college where half the buildings are older than my town, and say that on the front of them, that we simply don't have very much of significant architectural history, and I'm glad we're at least trying to preserve this. This is a 60 days of a window for us to act on it, and it's important. I hope they start on the Northern Lights Inn tomorrow, and that we start on figuring out a potential solution for the Fourth Avenue Theater with as much diligence.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. I'd just like to actually, one thing is thank Mr. Starr for his history, because that is beneficial for those of us who are fairly new here. And also point out the bit of irony here that we had a public hearing, opened a public hearing on an ordinance that would encourage people to tear down old buildings, and here we have an emergency ordinance to keep them up. I cringe a bit at telling people they can't do with these buildings what they want to do. But at the same time, I have, when I was in college in New Orleans, there was a lot of fuss for many years over a theater that was old and beat up and falling down, and they could tear it down and build something glorious. And in the end, they did manage to save it. It's the Sanger Theater on Canal Street in New Orleans, and it is simply an amazing theater that was back. I went to a concert there in 1979. I was back there last May. And it is extremely popular, and it's just incredible that they preserved it. So I hope that we can save Fourth Avenue Theater somehow, and I will, in that regard, I would support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Falsey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in response to some of the comments from Assembly Members Starr, Croft, and Weddleton, I think all of those points are very well taken, and I hope that the Assembly does not think that we were acting unaware of the recent history of Assembly Ordinance 2015-49, which did create the deteriorated zone designations for both the Northern Lights Inn and for not just the Fourth Avenue Theater, but an area extending around that whole city block. And in fact, to the extent that there was any confusion about our position, we actually reached out to the owners to make clear that the window of opportunity created by that ordinance is still open. So we, too, would like to see some kind of negotiated resolution that works for everybody, that puts the theater into some sort of productive use. By way of reminder, and for those who are not as intimately familiar with the operation of AO 2015-49, that ordinance created a designation of a deteriorated but not dangerous status for both the Midtown area and the Fourth Avenue Theater. It said if the Northern Lights Inn is demolished by 2017, that deteriorated property status could continue on through 2025. And so long as that deteriorated status designation exists, the owners of those properties can apply for a tax abatement. They have submitted one application, and it is correct that that was recommended for denial by the CFO, but even at that time, we said if you can bring us something that is more concrete, we are happy to work with you. And we were even, we recently extended that overture again today. So that is certainly our preference. I think to the extent that there was any ambiguity about that may have led to the confusion that went to the permit window yesterday, but we are trying our level best to sort that out.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Flynn?
Just to gently correct the Vice Chair, not only have I been to the building recently, I actually had an office in that building in my history, so I know it pretty darn well. I was in it last fall, or this
Well, that's
spring.
really nice, Mr. Flynn. Do you have any other comments?
That's all. I just want to make sure
Thank
everyone
you,
knows
Mr.
I know what
Flynn.
I'm talking about.
Thank you. Mr. Starr?
Yeah, thanks for correcting it. It was just the dash 49 as opposed to 59. All the assembly members should have gotten it. But attached to that, in my point on talking about the enforcement actions of Title 23 with the 70.701 and 704, it will allow the city to engage what's missing right now is a condition assessed by those that are good at it. We've assessed the northern lights from a building perspective and a corrective measure, turn the fire system back on, these are the things that you need to do, first off to protect public safety, but also for compliance. That's what the city does. And so what I want to have happen, which is missing in dash 49 and missing tonight, is I want the code enforcement and the abatement people to go in there and have it versus what Mr. Trainey and I are recommending or recognizing as decrepit. We talk about the glamour set. I don't think the public realizes the condition of that facility, both as it was inherited by Mr. Gottstein and the current condition that the Fangs have it in now. Mr. Steele is going to talk about some of the beautiful artwork, and we addressed all of that in terms of the opportunities to remove all of that in cooperation with the tax abatement conversation. The Fangs are there. But now the city needs to re-engage, I believe, in the condition summary report so that we're aware of both the fire hazards, the safety hazards, and put the owner on notice so that's what our job needs to be as it relates to 23.70. That's what we do. So I stress that enough because that's where the independent look, if there is one, is going to come. Your conversation as relates to the tax incentives. Above that, in your tax incentive motivation, and I believe it's Title 14 for the tax incentive legislation, that's where all the definitions come from. Title 23 talks about the enforcement once those determinations are there. And we do interchange inside dash 49 for the correction. There are times when we talk about unsafe buildings, decrepit nature, deteriorated, does in fact have the word dangerous associated with it from time to time. So as Mr. Trainey says, that's a dangerous building. But the third floor KENI radio studio is long gone. That's been gone for 25 years. It was a private residence, penthouse construction, if you will. None of the seats, none of the stage, none of the conversations that relates to that are there. I don't know if the public recognizes it. You just can't rejuvenate that by opening the doors and saying it's a theater again. That's a misleading factor. And then when you crawl around the upper floors, if it catches on fire, it's going to take out half the block.
Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Thank you.
Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had an agreement, and it was I think, a pretty good deal for the owners of those properties. And I know that there was some reconsideration. We changed administrations, and I think something creative can be done with the Fourth Avenue Theater, and I liked the way the current owners were talking about what they might do with it, but it was pretty loose in that regard. I still want the Northern Lights Inn gone. I'd like it gone yesterday, but it is a hazard. It's been a hazard. Now it's officially designated as a hazard. And it needs to be gone. I'm hoping we can still do something with the Fourth Avenue Theater. If we can't do something with it, we still need to get rid of that deteriorated and dangerous building on Northern Lights Boulevard.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. There's no one else in the queue. It's time to vote on the emergency ordinance 2016-2. Please vote. That ordinance is approved.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to create a committee consisting of Mr. Flynn and Mr. Starr and Mr. Trainey to work with the Fang family to see if we can find a solution to save the Fourth Avenue Theater.
Is there a second on Mr. Peterson's motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Starr?
Everything was great up until the last sentence about saving the Fourth Avenue Theater. I don't mind that, and to Mr. Steele's comments about working through for motivations to do something, I think he was right in the sentences that he put. Is they were heading the right way. there was parts and elements that they were going to recreate sort of the Fourth Avenue feeling with modern construction. I mean, maybe not even as much, but recreate it from this was an impressive gathering spot, and then lead into other development sectors that would attract people to downtown, a lot of which the Fourth Avenue did. So the idea that it can be saved, I mean, I'm an advocate of that facility from the purposes of gathering and bringing people downtown, and if it's a movie theater that does that, great. I don't know that the developers were saying absolutely that's what it was going to turn out to be. There's other avenues of that. So, Madam Chair, I think the idea that the administration has, that open door where the haven't closed the door on the tax abatement motivation conversation or that other deal. Personally, without speaking to the topic again, but speaking to that, it's clearer now and cleaner if, in fact, the Northern Lights Hotel is taken out of that discussion. And if it's truly being torn down, then the conversation strictly relates less with the need to bargain and negotiate with a chip in Midtown as it does how will it best look for downtown development. So as long as there's some parameters, and Mr. Flynn and I do that, I would only say that in the 60 days we would want to bring back a resolution to the Assembly for consideration. That's the right way to do it. This ordinance expires in 60 days. We've got to do something anyhow.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. I just have a comment in terms of Mr. Peterson's motion to establish a committee. I don't think we need a motion this evening to establish a committee. Committees aren't usually established by motion, but it's established through leadership of the chair and the vice chair. And I think that maybe we can talk about this establishing a committee offline and involve all of you. Maybe we can have discussion on the Rules Committee on this subject matter if that works for everyone.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Mr. Croft? Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Croft?
I was just going to say that, and I'd prefer, as long as I have the floor, that it be a standing committee, Commerce and Economic Development, the Committee of the Whole, Rules, not a special committee. But you've already made that.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee?
Madam Chair, I've only got one concern, and that's to get the Fourth Avenue Theater dealt with and move on to Northern Lights, because that thing is a nightmare. We get complaints all the time from our constituents. My concern is they may have a demolition permit, but they're going to have to deal with asbestos, because it's laced with it. So you're going to have to take it down where you can wet the asbestos and have to go to a containment area. It's going to be expensive to take that building down, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. We voted on the emergency ordinance already, and we're going to have plenty of time to take this discussion further in terms of the committee that is going to be established. We are now at agenda item number 14-0, AR 2016-370. We're there, right? Yeah. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana retail store establishment with license number M194, doing business as Alaska Buds. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome, sir. Please state your name and spell your last.
Hello there. My name is Christopher Constant, Constant, and tonight I speak on behalf of the Fairview Community Council. Authority was delegated to me by the President, and I'm the co-chair of the Marijuana Committee. And this license is unique among all that we have seen, because the Millers, the owners of this property and this proposed business, have been members of our council for well over a year, leaning towards a year and a half, and in that time they've become fairly fabric of our community. And in the process of this whole amazing experience y'all have stewarded, there was a neighborhood responsibility planning tool that was created. And that tool was created in partnership between members of the committee of the Fairview Council and the Millers. We worked really hard with them to come up with appropriate language that worked for both communities and for these potential businesses. And so Mr. Miller took an active role in ensuring that the community's voice was heard in this process, and I believe he made your job a little bit easier, because when the time came, we were then requested to come to community councils across town from Government Hill, Fairview downtown. We went to Northeast Community Council and did some education on how the process could be efficient. And I don't know if in your packets you received it, but the Fairview Council at its meeting last Thursday passed a resolution in support of this business. And really the point of that resolution is to demonstrate to you that If a business is interested and willing, there is in fact time for them to go through an entire process, including a resolution of support. So this is kind of a model, and his leadership is very much worth noting. So we strongly and unanimously support this application.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone? Are you coming, sir, to testify? Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Standing Bear, government name John Schumacher Jr. SCCHUMACHEER. I wanted to come before the assembly and express to you guys that I'm getting really kind of fed up with the stigma of my medication and not being able to open businesses in the city, and I just wanted to show you guys exactly how this works for me. In that short amount of time that I've taken my medicine, it's allowed me to catch the milliseconds that I need to be able to catch my Tourette syndrome, which I suffer from. I can't go out in public due to my Tourette syndrome. I get mocked, I get security called on me all the time, and I just think that you guys should really take a good look at the medical aspect of this. And I don't think that the state has done a very good job, seeing it's been 16 years since medical marijuana was authorized in the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Thank you. I just kind of want to, I'm Cheryl Bowie, and that's spelled B as in boy, O-W-I-E. Anyway, I just wanted to follow up with Standing Bear. I myself, I sat through the entire regular assembly meeting, and I was really, really proud of you guys for recognizing disability and employment, for domestic violence, for the sex trafficking, which I think is really important, especially when we've got industries meeting like they are. It's a wonderful opportunity. I myself have spent the last 14 years recovering from multiple cervical spine surgeries. I look completely like able-bodied, but I suffer a really severe disability. I have upper cervical spine degeneration, and I'm off of all of the pharmaceutical drugs I was on. And let me tell you, for this disorder, I mean, even though it's not noticeable to you guys, it is one of the most painful kind of disorders you can have. It's a constant spasm that you have from your spinal cord and from all your nerves. And then, especially up in the cervical spine, it moves into what's called the cervicogenic migraine, which is almost constant, and it triggers what is called the trigeminal nerve response, which is one of the most painful disorders in the world. I'm off of all of the pharmaceuticals I was on. I'm not interested in the same kind of business they're interested in. I'm interested in doing water and soil remediation. I've spent the last 2 years of my life in a liver disease fellowship, which I stepped down from just to continue studying cannabis. And that, I was nominated by a clinic that works with the CDC and the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. So I come pretty highly recommended, actually. So it has what's called a central nervous response reaction, and it helps heal your nerves. It regenerates, and scientifically what it does is it helps restore some of the transmission of our nutrients. And it does the same thing in water and in soil. The federal water project is just up right now, and a senator in Wisconsin approved or introduced an amendment that actually got approved for them to review plant and weed water regeneration. And so I think, and I've looked around Alaska. We've got pipeline leaks and spills everywhere where we have soil and water that could really, really benefit from some of the phytoremediation that's happening. It includes cannabis, but it doesn't have to only include cannabis. And so there's a lot of uptick in toxic chemicals and waste that plants can do that I think that we really need to look into.
Thank you very much for being here this evening. Anyone else wish to be heard? No, sir, you can't, only once, but thank you for asking. Good evening.
Good evening. It'll be just one moment. While I'm pulling this up, my name is Samantha Rogers, Rodgers. The double standard involving alcohol and marijuana and the accessibility to advertising as a gateway in our municipality is present today in the here and now. On October 7th and 8th, I emailed Amy Domboski and also the Alaska Marijuana and Alcohol Control Board after an Eagle River resident shared disturbing photos of how a business selling beer advertised to youth. Not only did they have a sign for where to get their local craft beer in a school zone, over the summer during the Bear Paw Festival, they had a child dressed as a keg, and they were giving out maps with directions of how to get to this brewery. With the current laws in place, marijuana businesses cannot advertise, even the way that a liquor store does. You must be 21 years or older to enter the store, unlike establishments that serve or sell alcohol. The community having concern for the youth is important. They are our future, and I thank you for preserving the brilliant minds to come, which is why we must teach them that temptations of any kind will be present in their lives forever, and that drinking or breaking any other law or rule in place is wrong, and we need to teach our youth right from wrong. And I do feel that the message that was sent out by ASD was incorrect and an overreach, and I just want to make sure that the Assembly does not look at that as something that takes away from how hard we've been working as a body to positively impact our community. Not just the cannabis community, but Alaska and also the rest of the United States, because we are pioneers on the last frontier, and we need to stand up for this. We need to stand up for a happier, healthier tomorrow all around. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you. There is no one in the queue. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Starr.
I know that the process is highly bureaucratic and highly frustrating to those that are engaged in it. Believe me, my packet's an inch and a half thick just for this last case. So when the voters said regulated like alcohol, that perhaps came on the heels of things that weren't so nice about alcohol, the DUIs, the bars, and the things that happen at 2 o'clock in the morning in downtown. And so the whole industry, and from where I sit, came a little bit already at a deficient stance. And so you've had to earn your way through it, and somehow or another it's become bureaucratic. No question. You had to go to the state. You've had to do that. There's a quid pro quo between our authority up here and planning and permitting and what you can and how you can advertise. Believe me, one that's been here for 10 years, it is really highly a regulated industry, and your best would be to bring it down to a deregulated industry in time. I think you're seeing approval. If I didn't speak, you would have not had any debate amongst the Assembly body. That's quite a ways in a short order, when in fact we've all had reservations on how it was going to be accepted in the community, how the neighbors with businesses next door were going to be respected, and what they were going to look like. And I think we've come a distance, both up here on this body in a respectful way of handling an industry that some of us don't agree with. I'm not necessarily in that camp, but there has been vocal natures of that. And how well are we doing law? Those that are on the body now and those that had left the body, with Mr. Hall in particular, they developed a framework of this approval process, and we're following it. And I don't know that it's broken yet. Is it cumbersome and frustrating? Absolutely. This is the first time that this matter has been in front of us, so the inference that it's been delayed or has been criticized or been sort of thrown in areas that are there is not necessarily right. The next several as well, I don't believe, have had anything more than a committee discussion and factual exchange of data through the clerk's office. So that's the world I live in and what I get to approve and how that's going to affect our community. It's a pretty big responsibility if we don't do it right. If these industries turn out to be wrong, the only safety net we have is that they become up for annual renewal and annual discussion. And if you don't like that in the next couple of years because there is no drama, then change that law. That's what I would suggest next. So as we learn together, I think I respect the businessman that steps into this industry from a lot of different perspectives. I'm a businessman myself. Good on you. I hope it works. And if it doesn't, you'll probably have to come and tell us what you're going to do about it. So I'm happy to approve it. I'll say yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the applicant could come forward, please. Good evening, Nick and Tammy. Thank you for being here. Have you guys had any more discussions with Lucky Wishbone or anything about your parking situation?
We haven't had any more discussions with Lucky Wishbone. We left with a task last week to work on the parking sign and whether or not that's in a right-of-way. We've made some progress. We found out that company does not have a contract with the city to tow. Traffic was going by today. It appears that the sign is on a retaining wall that is on private property, but is actually the private property. Everything from there out is a right-of-way. So he was going to stop by and talk to the owner of the car lot today, and there'll be further discussion on what happens there. But that's the progress we've made so far. I haven't had any more discussions with Lucky Wishbone. We've had discussions with her. We know we're going to use theirs and Van's parking. What we don't know yet is when we're opening. So we're kind of at a point where we need to figure out when we're going to have an opening, and then we can have further discussions about scheduling and times.
I appreciate that. And I just, I'm not sure if Mr. Weddleton's going to say anything, but I just want to say, obviously during this permit review, I would say probably the biggest challenge this applicant has is parking. But they have definitely demonstrated a professionalism and an attentiveness to try to mitigate that issue ahead of time. So with that said, I will support your permit or your special land use permit that's before us. But I want to say this very clearly on the record, and I said it during the committee meeting, but I think it's necessary to say on the assembly record. You do understand that the assembly retains the ability through public process to bring land use permits, licenses back before us if there's an issue, to mitigate that issue, and that can include adding additional conditions to a license or potentially a land use permit. It also means we could add restrictions or we could even revoke, for example, your marijuana license. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to put it out there. I know you do, because you guys have been here from the beginning. So I appreciate your engagement and your willingness to give feedback and also listen to our concerns and take them very seriously. We wish you well in your endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombowski. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, just Mr. Miller, congratulations on your appointment to the State Board.
Thank you.
And thank you for yeah, be careful what you wish for. And thank you for engaging with the Community Council. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved unanimously. We are now at Agenda Item 14P, AR 2016-2775, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana retail store establishment with license number M121 doing business as Enlighten, Alaska. Public hearing is now open. Sorry about that. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Are you coming to speak, ma'am? Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Irene Pearson Gamble, spelled P-E-R-S-S-O-N and a dash G-A-M-B-L-E. I am here representing the Spenard Community Council. The president, Jedediah Smith, is out of town. I am the secretary for the group, second year, and he asked me to read this statement. I presume maybe the members of the Assembly have already received this. Dear Assembly members, this is to acknowledge the prospective proprietors of Enlighten Alaska that have participated in several Spenard Community Council meetings and have engaged with the council over their interest in pursuing a cannabis retail license on Spenard Road. While the SCC neither endorses nor opposes the business, we have agreed to communicate our mutual concerns and expectations. Enlighten has signed the neighborhood responsibility plan with the council, in which they have agreed to actively participate in future meetings. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Signed, Jedediah Smith.
Thank you very much. Mr. Croft, did you have a question for this young lady?
Thanks for young lady.
Okay, public hearing, yeah.
Anything?
No question. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Standing Bear, John Schumacher, SCHUMACHER, Jr. I just wanted to let the council know that I forgot to mention something with my Tourette's. I get discombobulated all the time. There's a U.S. patent that the government holds, U.S. patent number 6630507, and it holds the patents on neuroprotectants and antioxidants and a bunch of other things for medical marijuana. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Leah Levinton, Levinton. You'll have to excuse me, I'm just a little bit nervous. I am the owner and co-founder of Enlighten Alaska, a proposed retail shop located at 2600 Spenard Road, across the street from the White Windmill on Spenard. My heart is pounding. I am starting this business with my family, my mom, Jane Stinson, and my brother, Evan Levinton. We decided to start a retail marijuana store after my grandmother passed away with a glioblastoma, brain cancer. Though she was unable to obtain safe access to this plant that could have helped her quality of life toward the end, we were able to see the medicinal benefits and pain relief that many of our other friends and family members have experienced with the use of marijuana. So we felt very passionate to create a platform to provide safe access to marijuana to adults age 21 and older. When ballot measure 2 passed in November 2014 and Alaska has voted to allow for the regulation and commercialization of marijuana to adults 21 and over, we started our work. So for the past 2 years, my family and I have been working extremely hard to prepare for opening a retail shop. We frequently traveled outside of Alaska to attend national industry conferences and visit several successful medical marijuana and adult use retail establishments in Colorado, Oregon, Washington, Arizona, and Nevada to obtain as much information as possible. We spent hundreds upon hundreds of hours researching, writing, consulting, and putting together a thoughtful and detailed application to the state of Alaska and the municipality of Anchorage. We spent a lot of money and time, well worth it, making sure that we are following the regulations and rules set forth by the state and local governing bodies. We're working hard to ensure that we have adequate parking for our customers, an appropriate security system. You've all read our application. I'm sure you'll see that it's robust, and processes in place to keep our customers, members of the public, and our business safe. Our state application was approved in the September meeting. Thanks, Nick. We have attended every Spenard Community Council meeting this year and have established a memorandum of understanding from the council. So thank you for representing the Spenard Community Council. As you know, you've received the email from Jed Smith. He was unable to be here tonight. And he also addressed the neighborhood responsibility plan that we established. We're very conscientious business owners, and we'll do everything that we can to maintain open lines of communication, transparency, and honesty with our neighbors, nearby businesses, the Spenard Community Council, and governing bodies. We're putting together our entire livelihoods on the line here to open up this shop, and we will complete every step in compliance with all marijuana requirements, such as paying our taxes to the municipality, ensuring we have a good security system, making sure no one under the age of 21 enters our retail space, following the testing, packaging, labeling requirements, and so on. We want to operate our family business similarly to how we operate within our own family dynamic. Excuse me, I have maybe
Why don't you just go ahead? Yeah.
Okay, just a couple more sentences. We want to operate our family business similarly to how we operate within our own family dynamic. We will be transparent with our customers, employees, and regulatory bodies. We will encourage open and honest communication and be respectful and courteous in all of our interactions. We will be professional and law-abiding citizens and run our business that way. We will maintain good relationships with our neighbors. We will stand up for what we believe in and be good stewards in our state to provide a positive impact to our community. The list of good family values goes on, and we will base our foundation of our family and our business on those values. So my family and I look forward to showing the municipality of Anchorage, the state of Alaska, the general public, and the whole country, really, that we can operate a responsible and compliant marijuana business in Anchorage. And thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Croft.
Yeah, thank you. What is the current parking situation? I know that's been an issue at the committee level, that you have a non-conforming use, but the parking is extremely tight. Have you got any solution for that?
Through the chair, if I could invite my whole family up, is that acceptable and appropriate? Just so we can all together answer these questions. Thank you.
I was hoping they would, but, you know.
Thank you. So we're well aware of the parking situation. As you know, we're located right across the street from the White Windmill, and the parking is very tight. But have no fear, because we have been in communication with the owner rep and the chief operating officer with the Moose's Tooth, Beartooth, and Broken Tooth conglomerate. They actually own the Lamex building, the parking lot behind Lamex, and the property that Chilkoot Charlie's sits upon, and also the parking lot of Chilkoot Charlie's. And in discussions, we were actively discussing a plan moving forward. Right now, as some of the planning folks may be aware of, Dave Caldwell is actually doing his own due diligence on the code, the requirements for Title 21 code that he must follow for what he wants to do with the Lamex building. He understands that he's going to have to comply with a lot of the landscaping and the parking requirements as well. So while he supports temporary overflow parking in the parking lot behind Lamex, he indicated to me that it will probably be more of a short-term agreement until we're working lockstep with the Spenard Road Reconstruction Project, which will provide parallel parking along the side of our building and actually a crosswalk from the parking lot across the street, slightly adjacent to our building. And he said that more of a long-term relationship, even a shared parking agreement or even a lease agreement, we can work on that and discuss that and establish that. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it did, and that's helpful. Second point, you've got your family up there. This is my neighborhood. My family walked past that this weekend, and that's where we go. When I walk them to school along Hillcrest, and then we go past your establishment a lot. So the same question that Ms. Dembowski had, I want to make sure you understand that these licenses come up again, both the permit and the land use, and that we can impose additional requirements if needed, even pull the license if needed, if some of the promises of conduct don't happen, or if situations change so that we feel we have to. You do understand that?
We understand that, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Steele?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to the neighborhood. I actually live closer than Eric, but it's a fantastic neighborhood. You've got a good location and a pretty good building, but the parking's the issue. And I'm glad to hear that you've been talking with the Moose's Tooth folk. They own a lot of stuff, and they will be doing something good in the neighborhood as well. Plus, they need good parking for the theater as well. But it sounds like you're on a good track. You've got the right frame of mind. Just find the solutions and be good neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Starr?
Okay, so enlighten me, you get this, enlighten me how the marketing is going to differentiate between entities. Now, we've got 2 retailers that are approved now. There was a couple last week. The curbside, signs and the balloons and the guys doing like this with that, you can't do that. I just looked at your website. It seems pretty good. You got the family atmosphere going on here. How can we envision that? And it's not a trick question. It's just what can we see from how you're going to differentiate yourself in the product market? How will you get your customers to come to you as opposed to the one 3 miles away? What can we expect as a community?
I mean, of course, our business, we obviously have to comply with the restrictions, not only with Title 21, but just restrictions for marijuana businesses specifically in terms of signage and restrictions on advertising and things like that. So hopefully how we differentiate our business from other businesses will not be blatant marketing, but hopefully really positive word of mouth. The use of social media when it's, when it's appropriate, and, because we won't be allowed to put any advertising in newspapers and,
right,
and things like that. So by following and, by what I've told you guys before, which is, our business is founded by a certain precept, certain set of values. And a lot of those values you can find in a lot of really well-run families and in good relationships. And that's what we want to found our business on, and that's what we hope.
I think you illustrated
will
it's going to be a
speak
little
for
bit
itself.
hard. And I actually asked you the question because your packet is put together. You got addendum sheets. There's 5 extra pages when you could have answered with a simple this or that. You got your whole family here. That's a lot of ways that people differentiate their businesses, the vested nature of the owners in it. And so, again, I've already claimed on and said I have no problem with it. You guys, ran the gauntlet of the regulatory environment. It should be a reward if nothing else. But, I guess I'm just want to be cautious and aware of that. My only close association would be the Walmart in Eagle River. We kept the advertising off the sidewalks. There was no outside neon lights available for signage. The Budweiser clad advertising wasn't allowed. We physically put that in as a limitation, and we haven't had to be too heavy-handed here. The green cross or whatever
we do not plan to have one of those, by the way.
Yeah, and it's not a trick question. I want to stay cognizant of the industry, so as those challenges come to you is, hey, wait a minute, we can't get our word out. We need to have the flexibility to get our word out. That's something I want to know as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I'd like to just acknowledge that we did discuss the issues of parking, snow storage, dumpster location, and so on at length at the Community and Economic Development Committee. And I'm very, very familiar with this building, having run a business 50 feet away for 28 years. And if whatever goes in there will be challenged, and if we are too tight on putting them to the exact code, then that will be forever a vacant building, and we don't want that because it's a great location for a business. So we did, through the committee, go ahead and recommend approval for this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leah, I want to thank you and your family for obviously taking very seriously the comments that were made at the Community and Economic Development Committee. No fault of your own. This is by far the most challenging location we have seen to date. And I was not a yes vote last week. I told you very clearly if you didn't come with positive steps that you were trying to rectify the parking situation, I would not support your application because I really see just problems festering here. But when I look at the map and I see the availability and the opportunity, I see you have obviously taken positive steps. You're not only addressing the short-term parking, it's clear from your discussion, especially understanding what Lemex is going to go through. You have phase 1, phase 2 that you're going to need to deal with. Obviously, the Spenard Road project will help. Yep. So I will be supporting your application tonight. But I want to just reemphasize, this application is coming back to, your license comes back for renewal. So this is a question. Amanda, if you can have Mandy put a flag on their file for next year just to reevaluate parking, it will help me remember. But I'm sure I would, just because of the lot. It's challenging. So you guys have made some positive steps, and there's no question. As Mr. Starr said, when you see a family come up and you see how detailed your application was, you're taking it very seriously, and we do appreciate that, and I know the neighbors do too. So good luck in your endeavor. We hope not to see you back till next year.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Bosky, there's no one else with any questions. Thank you for being here this evening. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening.
One of the best
Good evening.
locations.
My name is Rachel Pennington, Pennington. I have the pleasure of running 2 businesses in town, and I recognize some of you from the bakeries. So my businesses are also family-run, and we go to every extreme, making sure that we are extra compliant, that we are friends with the neighbor. I mean, chocolate chip cookies go a long way to smooth over parking issues. But I'd like to speak on behalf of this family, both personally and then also professionally. I've done business with them for the last 6 years, and I really want to speak to their character and to their integrity and to the way that I believe that they will run a very successful business for the community. I don't know about profits. It's a totally different bureaucratic infrastructure, thank God, because it looks complicated and it looks arduous, and they are up for the task. So excellent people, good business sense, and good family sense. So we have a trifecta of positivity and good impact for this community. I also am born and raised here, and recently got married to basically their brother. So we have a lot of support, and I speak on behalf of my family as well. So thank you for hearing me out. And
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Trainee.
Move to approve.
Hold on a minute. Aren't you supposed to deal with that?
Yeah, that's right.
Postpone indefinitely, that AIM?
Taking a small break.
Mr. Trainee? Madam Clerk?
Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, the clerk's office attached an AIM to item 14P. It was listed on the addendum, and the item was incorrect. It needs to be attached to 14O, and we laid that on the table, and you've already approved that. So the AIM that is attached to 14P needs to be postponed indefinitely. It doesn't have anything.
Move to postpone AIM 138, 2016, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seeing no objections, that item is postponed. Mr. Dunbar, you made the motion to approve. Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Steele? That's okay. I'm tired of it, too. Mr. Steele? I thought you were...
I said second.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You were also in the queue, but that's okay. Let's vote. That item is approved.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Flynn,
I believe this is my eviction notice.
you're not being evicted. You're just asked to leave right now.
You can wait outside.
and come back
Close enough. I'll see
on
you
November
I'll see you
1st. Have a good evening, Mr. Flynn. Okay, we're at item 14Q, AR 2016-271, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana cultivation establishment with license number M198, doing business as Raspberry Roots. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening. Please state your name, spell your last.
Hi, my name is Candy Bracken, Bracken. I'm a community member of Campbell, and I'm here to say that I'm against the location of this business. I grew up in a small town in Glen Allen. I am not for or against the business type itself, just the location. This is a walking zone for children of Campbell Elementary. The crime in this neighborhood has been rising significantly over the last several months. Not saying that the marijuana business will bring in more crime, but is another addition to a possibility in this neighborhood of families. The lack of notice, I know that they followed the regulations, but we have a lot of people who live in our neighborhood who don't speak English. Their children are the one who speak English, and they're learning it as a second language. This has been a huge problem. Most of our families know nothing about what's going on right now. And this has not helped at all with getting people here to be able to speak their minds. A lot of our families also have cultural differences. They do not speak to authority. That is against their culture, and that is a lot of our community. A big thing that we have that I'm asking is, as more of a question, how will transportation with the school zone down Arctic happen? If this business is here, they're not going to be allowed to go through. It's a drug-free school zone down most of that Arctic area to Diamond. How are the children going to be protected? Because the children do walk around this neighborhood. That whole area does not have school bus zoning. It's all within a mile and a half, so they all have to walk. Is this business going to eventually apply for a retail shop permit? That is a huge concern to the community and to our area as to whether or not we're going to have to deal with that with our children. The other thing was whether or not the Anchorage would be willing to provide bus services for the kids. That would solve a lot of the issues that our families do have. Our kids would not be walking past that before and after school. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee, Mr. Trainee had a question, ma'am.
Ma'am, do you envision the kids walking down Raspberry Road? I know the area. I'm trying to figure out which kids. Are they walking down Raspberry?
Most of our kids live in homes that families are not there before and after school, so there is a very huge possibility that children are walking up and down. I drop my kids off at 8:30 in the morning for breakfast, and there are kids walking all over that neighborhood, including Raspberry
Road.
Yes.
Okay. Other thing is, they can't sell to kids.
I realize they can't sell to kids, but what happens after it leaves the doors is out of their hands. Okay. And so it leaves the opportunity for the issues that we've been having in our neighborhood to affect our children.
Did you receive a phone call this morning from ASD?
No, I did
to
not.
This meeting?
No, I did not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Steele?
Yeah,
ma'am.
you know this is Raspberry and C Street, right? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Weddleton, did you have a question for this young lady?
Yeah, could I did a couple small. Are you a member of your community council for the area?
I have actually tried to reach our community council many times over the last several years and have not received a single response from them.
Ooh, Mr. Trainee can probably help you with that. But, this is a very industrial area, and I'm trying to think where are the people who would walk by there living?
There are parents who work in that street who their kids walk from school there because, like I said, it is not a school bus zone. It's 0.6 miles from the school.
So they would go to work, bring their kids, and their kids would walk from their workplace.
Yep, and there's also some that are on the corner that are right there. I know this is halfway up between Arctic and C, but at C and or at Arctic and Raspberry, there's also some homes there. And like I said, a lot of our parents are not at home, so the kids are walking around, and we're very much a community with the kids, but not everybody can be watching the kids at all times.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee?
Ma'am, they meet on the second Thursday of every month at the Walmart Hotel. They're in...
At the Diamond Center Hotel?
Diamond Center, the hotel. Second floor.
Second
I know I'm there every month.
Second Tuesday?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Anyone else wish to... Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? We're done with you. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome. Please state your name and spell your last.
My name is Jenny Jacober, J-A-C-O-B as in boy, E-R. Good evening, Assembly members and the Mayor. I am just I am distressed to learn about the marijuana shops and grow operations going in along Arctic Boulevard, close to the Campbell Elementary School. In this area, this Taku Campbell location, why are there so many shops that are growing marijuana and selling it? If you look at the map on the computer, it's just dotted around the Taku Campbell area, and it's very sparsely dotted around the rest of the city. Now, on Sunday, I took a drive south, turning onto King Street, and if you follow that south, there's plenty of open ground and away from everybody where maybe these establishments could have their businesses. Now, the health effects and the crime and the fire consequences would impact our area more than any other section of Anchorage. I strongly urge the Assembly not to allow this facility to be so close to the schools, the little neighborhood churches, and the children. Now, in 2012, you already know this, marijuana was legalized in Colorado, and it hasn't made it any easier on the police department. It's added to their workload. Young people, the drug use is on the rise. They have access to the black market and the gray market, and you know that you're not going to get your tax dollars if it's being sold under the table. Now, we also know that the new THC concentrates are stronger than when we were young. And these accidental overdoses are occurring in Colorado. And how are we going to justify these businesses being in our community if there's a driving accident and somebody's hurt or killed? How are these businesses going to feel if they're responsible for some of that? And as far as I can see, our city has failed to meet the most important qualifications for these businesses. The factor of being a responsible and caring person who would never promote drug use to this extent in our city. It really is a big problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Hello. I'm Robin Easley, E-A-S-L-E-Y, and I would just like to point out that 150,000 Alaskans voted for legal marijuana in Alaska. The law states that shops can be within 500 feet of a school, but it does not matter if kids may be walking or if they are unsupervised by their parents and shouldn't be walking through industrial areas anyway. Now, I see that liquor stores don't take responsibility for the high amount of DUI accidents involving alcohol, and that comes down to personal use and responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Anyone else wish to be heard? Ma'am, you can only speak one time. Sorry about that. Just once. Okay. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Nick Miller. I actually work right across the street from this location. Worked there probably 5 years. There 7:30 to 5, full-time job. And there are no residents in this area. There are no residents to the northeast of this area where kids would go to that school. I can't recall seeing one child walk on that street in 5 years. That being said, the ASD message that went out last night, I did get several phone calls today. And the phone calls I received were folks were upset that they felt like all the businesses were being clustered in one area. And I explained to them that there are some federal guidelines we have to follow, but the municipality has identified additional protected uses that are causing these businesses to be clustered. And I also informed them that the Assembly is possibly looking at some changes that could actually make that worse. And I encouraged them to come and speak to the Assembly when they get the opportunity. I think that's the biggest concern that I got today on the phone from people not in the cannabis business is these businesses are being clustered in very small areas. And, I think if we're going to make some changes in the near future, which I know we're discussing, we should really take a hard look at it, because the more you push them together, the worse this problem's going to get for folks. But thank you.
Mr. Trainee?
Are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the Marijuana Control Board?
Myself. I always speak for myself.
Okay. Just trying to figure out which entity you're speaking to us.
Yes.
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Trainee. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hello again, my name is Samantha Rogers, Rodgers, and I just want to stand up here and stand by the Raspberry Roots business and Kim Cole, the business owner. She has done so much for our community as an educator, and now for our cannabis community, and helping shape the way that we do things, the way that we run businesses. So with that being said, I feel that that this business has a foundation for proving the community members who are concerned about it completely wrong. And I think that it is important to not overgeneralize on people who may or may not have voted on this, but we do know how many people voted yes on Prop 2, and we know how many people have come to the different communities and voted again to opt in, and we need this in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
My name is Bryant Thorpe, Thorp. As a resident of the neighborhood next to this, I'd have to say that I've never seen a more industrial part of our town.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I've never seen a more industrial part of our town than this particular location. They just don't get any more industrial than this one. As much as I feel a lot of the concerns that have been brought up tonight are unwarranted, they might be more guided towards that other pot shop that's opening up around the corner there, if I may. But if they come around, this location, I think, is a great place for one, all things considered.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Good evening. Short, sorry guys. Hi, my name is Whitney Brancher, and I'm here testifying as a citizen of the community of Anchorage.
Please speak into the microphone. Thank you.
Weird. Sorry guys. I first want to start off and say that I'm a medical professional in the community, and I'm also a freelance writer, that I work for the press, and I also work for Crude Magazine. I've covered the legalization of cannabis over the last 18 months, and I have family in the industry and believe in both the medicinal and also recreational benefits of cannabis. The culture surrounding cannabis in our state is obviously changing. I want to bring to attention the recent vote in the Valley, which overturned a moratorium on cannabis businesses. The voter turnout in that poll was 28%, which is a very, very high turnout for a local election. This shows that this is an important issue in our community and confirms progression in public participation, and I am thankful for that. The main reason that I'm here tonight is because I have a child in the ASD school district. I'm very upset at the school district's use of the emergency notification system to protest these new cannabis businesses. I feel that this is an incredible overreach and a misuse of our tax dollars. This system is used to remind parents of things such as a picture day, as my child had today, a snow day, parent work nights, and school events, not to encourage political partisanship. One's own moral compass has nothing to do with approving businesses that have complied with all regulations surrounding licensing and being able to operate. The statement put out by ASD was misleading and untrue. These businesses have not quietly passed through local government, as all of you have acknowledged tonight. Well, not all of you, but some of you. This is a very long, detailed process. Some may refer to this as double licensing, and I would have to agree with them. They all go through multiple stages of submitting public notices and approvals. This did not happen overnight. It has been a piece of local news every single week over the last 2 years. If people in opposition to this industry have not noticed this, then I would question your involvement in your community and how informed you all really are. I also wonder how this person that authorized this message to be created and distributed feels about the financial state of our schools and current budget crisis. I know for a fact that my daughter's teacher takes money out of her own pocket to fund her classroom for supplies. That is incredibly distressing to me. I know their salary. They don't make near as much as I do, and there's no way that I could afford to take money out of my own pocket to take care of the people that I do. Are you okay with the teachers continuing to do this, to use their own funds to make ends meet in a classroom on a wage that no one meets the amount of work that they do? I don't think so. We need to give this industry a chance to thrive and produce for our community so we can begin to close these financial gaps. I really believe that it is a parent's responsibility and a parent's responsibility alone to educate their children about the reality of today's world. I have spent an abundant amount of time educating my child on the reality of marijuana in today's society. She is 7 years old. She knows that cannabis has medicinal value. She knows that it is to be used only by adults, but she also knows that there are some children that also benefit from it as medicine with the help of their parents. She never brings it up. She never talks about it outside of our home. It is not a taboo subject because I have spent time making sure that she is not misinformed and that her questions are answered. Even at 7, I feel like that is important. I am not okay with the position of fear-mongering being placed on families in our communities. I think it is very concerning. I think parents should take ownership for informing their children in the way that they see fit in their own home. This is not a subject to be politicized in schools, and I would ask that you make your decisions around these businesses based on the rules set forth by the regulations of the Marijuana Control Board, which all of these businesses have carefully complied with. I just have a couple more sentences.
Ms. Domboski has a question.
Go ahead.
Can you please finish? Quickly. Can you finish? Quickly?
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
The last thing that I want to point out is the fact that these businesses here in front of you tonight seeking assembly approval after complying with regulations have families too. They have children. They are educators. They are professionals. And they are active in their communities. And I want to remind people that see marijuana as a derelict activity with no positive results that we are here. We educate your children. We build your homes. We own your favorite restaurant. We care for your families while they're in hospitals. We are normal folks and we are not going anywhere. This is something our state voted for and I am proud of that. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you very much. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you for that. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name when you started.
My name is Whitney Branshaw.
Whitney, thank you for your testimony. And I appreciate the message that you gave because I agree with you. I heard about the ASD message and I thought it was inappropriate. It did come from the ASD alert system though. I only heard the audio, but I only heard a part of it. So it came from Campbell Elementary?
Yes.
Did they identify who was speaking?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Thank you, Whitney.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
I'll be quick. Madam Chair, Assembly members, my name is Kimberly Thorpe, T as in Tom, H-O-R-P. I'm here today in support of Raspberry Roots. I also am a homeowner in the neighborhood of Taku Elementary and have been a homeowner for 12 years. I do want to say that I know the location very well, and also there are no children walking down that road on Raspberry by C Street. Also, I would like to echo the last speaker's concerns about the ASD. I think that was very inappropriate at the school district to, or the elementary to allow that to go through. And thirdly, I just make a request to the Assembly for those that are concerned about the businesses, if we can look back next year when we're reviewing licenses a year from now, and maybe report out to the public the tax monies that have been gathered from all these businesses and what they've done for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Jeff Landfield. I wasn't going to speak here, but I've been an active member of the Taco Campbell Community Council for the last 6 years. You guys have seen me. I've been to almost every meeting over the last 6 years. You always see me. And I was president for the last 2 years, and I'm no longer president as of May. But I would like to make a few comments. Most of the people in the room here who are applying for the licenses in the Taco Campbell community area have been coming to the meeting almost regularly for the last year and a half. And recently at our last meeting, and I'm no longer the president, there was a lot of people that showed up that were against it and voiced concern, which is fine, and they should do that. But all of these people have been coming to all the meetings, and you know that because before this whole thing started, our meetings had 5, maybe 10 people, and now they have 30 or 40 people. So the message which I heard, I believe, was from the principal of Campbell Elementary, who was at the last meeting. That was the first time I ever saw her at the meeting, and I've been going for the last 6 years. So I'm not speaking for or against these businesses, but they have been very involved and have been on the agenda. And for the person who spoke earlier, who said she tried to get a hold of us, I answered every phone call and email from anybody who ever wanted to know where the meeting was or had questions about the meeting or wanted to be on the agenda. So one more comment. At the last meeting, somebody from Change Point was there. I believe it was the head minister. You were there, Mr. Trainee. And
Who was their minister?
he expressed some concern about one of these businesses, and that was the first time I ever saw him at our meeting. And I would also like to urge the Assembly, if the churches want to get involved, they should consider paying property taxes, which they don't do. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Linfeld. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hi, my name's Ed Larrivee, Larrivee-2. I see these businesses as heroes because they're trying to take crime off the streets. Now, if these businesses didn't pass or they couldn't get their license or something, do you think the drug dealers would say, oh, well, that's not fair, we're going to quit too? No. If I ever consumed, I would much rather buy from a lab-tested business than off the street. I mean, it's just common sense. And you wait and see. When we do tax it, I bet the schools are going to be right there saying, where's our cut? You know? How two-faced is that? I think if I were you all, I would definitely give these people a license, because it's not really the children that are at fault for walking, if they do walk up and down the street of Raspberry. It's the dealers. They're making money. I'd rather for these people to make money, and we could tax them and maybe support our schools. I know one thing, we could also support our police force, because it's not working. Last night, there was a break-in right where I live, off of Falker Street. Last night, there was a break-in in the cars. Okay, they didn't touch my car. I don't know why. Today, in the afternoon, there were shootings. My other neighbor on the other side got his car shot 5 times. Maybe they didn't like it. I don't know. But, you know, we got to take the bull by the horns. Let these people survive. Let them pass. Give them a break. Give them a try. What is it that you have to lose? Because you can change it. If they cross the line, you can bring them back. So give them a chance. Any questions?
There doesn't seem to be any questions, but we really appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. Jana Weltzine, legal representative for Raspberry Roots, and the applicant is here as well, and she'll talk to you. I heard that message this morning from the school, and I just dropped my jaw because I'm thinking, holy moly, have you been under a rock for the last 12 months? Have you not looked at a borough assembly agenda? Have you not looked at your Taku Campbell Community Council agenda and seen the myriad of marijuana stuff? To say that we have silently crept up and just slipped in without any public input is not true, and it's disingenuous. Kim Cole has been attending the community council meetings in the Taku Campbell area since April. From March 4th, 2016 to March 24th, she posted her public notice in Fred Meyer's on Diamond, and she posted it on the front door of her establishment. We then ran 3 consecutive weeks of newspaper ads in the Anchorage Press, which is a weekly magazine. So unlike ADN, which the newspapers get changed out every day, Anchorage Press is good for a week. So she did 21 days straight of newspaper notice, from March 17th, 24th, 31st, oh, actually all of those weeks, but still, she ran 3 straight weeks. And then we sent notice to the Muni of Anchorage on August 11th, and then we sent notice to the Taku Community Council. She then presented to the Taku Community Council, and then we had 3 public meetings in front of this body. I don't know how we slip past. It seems kind of insane for somebody to push a button, make a mass communication call to every single parent of the children there at Campbell Elementary and push that kind of political agenda. We sent out 152 mailers and we received one response. We are doing our due diligence. We are doing our duty to notify, and our duty to notify is not 500 feet. Our duty to notify is notifying Alaska, and we didn't fail that. It's unfortunate that some people who fail to pay attention, who fail to be engaged, who fail to show up and participate, then at the last minute have something to say about it. And I think that's just a little bit unfair, and maybe it's a good learning lesson for them, and they'll start being more engaged.
Thank you. Mr. Steele has a question.
Yes. Thank you. I spent a number of years on the school board, and I believe the use of the emergency phone system for this purpose was probably against school district rules. And I suspect that the principal has heard from the superintendent already. If not, I suspect that the communication will take place at some point. You know, I certainly understand her concern and the community's concern, but there is a process and people have been going through it, as you noted, so thank you.
Thank you. And I would also just note, you know, if the principal wanted to be a good role model, she should have shown up tonight and taken responsibility. Unless I'm wrong, I don't think she's here. So if we want to be good role models for our community, stand behind what you say, mean what you say, and actually show up.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee has a comment.
Email here received from the superintendent's office that thank you for your feedback. The use of the automated call system by the Campbell School principal was inappropriate. This action violates board policy. Please know this issue is being taken seriously, and the principal addressed with equal seriousness. In regard to the funding of the automated system, the general fund of the school district is used to support this calling tool. So the superintendent, she is working on it.
Well, thank you for following up on that. It's much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hello. Okay. Hello, my name is Kim Cole, K-O-L-E. I am the owner of Raspberry Roots on Raspberry Road. Thank you very much for your time today. The area itself seems to be divided between a residential area to the south of Arctic and an industrial area to the north of Arctic. The Campbell Elementary School principal claims to be concerned that my facility is within walking distance of the school. If the elementary-aged children are walking past my facility from school, I too would be concerned since I am over a half a mile away and firmly entrenched in an industrial zone with no residences in sight. This is absolutely not a walking neighborhood for children. Children should definitely not be walking alone in the area, and parents should be monitoring them, not the Anchorage Assembly. Clearly, they would never be able to enter my facility. There will not be any flashing pot leaves on the building, and in fact, the only rule I have for my logo is that you have to be comfortable wearing it on a shirt to Grandma's house. And I have my logo with me if you want to see it, so that's what's going to be on the outside of the building. Thank you. It's basically just a raspberry. That's it. So we will not be targeting children, as I myself am a parent. And if you recall, a large part of my platform during the campaign was that a regulated industry cards their customers, whereas the black market does not. The goal is to reduce and eventually eliminate the black market, and you don't have people distilling their own moonshine anymore and then selling it to their friends. So it's a process that will take time, but eventually we should be able to get to that point. My facility is not only 3,168 feet away from the school, as per Google Maps, and entrenched in an industrial zone, but it's also further than another facility that has already been approved. And as you all know, all of Anchorage is a patchwork of residential, industrial, and commercial areas. There's no way for us to be completely away from all residences. There are no limits as to how many establishments we can have in our town or in our state, as she has proposed that she wants to limit the number that are around her school. And I have not only followed every single request made of me, but I am well beyond the allowable buffer for schools. In the principal's call, she claimed that she is also concerned that the businesses are quietly being established without public input. This could not be further from the truth, as you know. For the Raspberry location, because I have cultivation, retail, and manufacturing that I'm in the process of getting my state and municipal permits for, I have, for the Raspberry location, I have had 4 ads for cultivation, 3 ads for retail, 3 ads for manufacturing in the newspaper for state application, then 1 more each for each license for the municipal land use permitting, for a total of 13 ads. I've either had a state or municipal mandated sign on my building for about 4 months total. I posted public notices at Fred Meyer's on Diamond for all 3 licenses. I've been on the news, in case you haven't seen me, at the Raspberry Roots location at least 4 times over the past couple of months. I've attended and discussed my location at every community council meeting since April. I sent out letters to the required neighbors within 500-foot radius, including people who own properties that live well outside that area as far as Texas and Washington. This process does not allow any cannabis to move quietly in anywhere. So if the principal was unaware of these businesses going up in the area, causing her to inappropriately sending out automatic propaganda calls to parents, it speaks more to her ignorance of the process and her disengagement from the community than anything else, and I shouldn't be penalized for it.
Can you sum up, please?
You bet.
Thank you. Are you done?
Done enough.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Kim, you know you're only going after an agricultural cultivation license today.
That is correct.
And this does not guarantee you any other license.
That is correct.
Okay. Item 7 on here, Chugach Electric. You're going to need a lot of power. What's the time frame? I understand it's 16 months from when inception starts to get you power.
Weeks.
Weeks. Okay. Have you started that process yet?
We have not.
Okay. You know you won't be able to start, from what I understand, cultivation until you've got the sufficient power.
We have enough power in order to start our vegetative process.
You do have enough power now?
We do. So we have enough power to vegetate with the T5 lighting, and then once we move into the lighting required for bloom, that's when we'll need to ramp it up. So this will allow us to be able to at least start our clones, build them into vegetative plants, and be able to at least have a decent amount of mothers and plants, so that when we do get all of the appropriate and required energy in order to bloom out these plants, we will actually have enough plants to bloom.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, I just wanted to acknowledge that I'm sorry. I'm talking out of Go ahead.
Hi.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. He doesn't have a question for you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? We're done.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry, I lost my place in the meeting here. I just want to acknowledge the Community Economic Development Committee did go through this in great length and recommended it be approved. Oh, I'm sorry, move to approve. Sorry.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to take a moment to thank all the people that spoke on both sides of this issue tonight. It takes a lot of courage to speak in public in that fashion and come up to the mic. Even for us, I think we get nervous sometimes. So I just want to, again, thank everybody from the community on either side that came out tonight to speak. I'd also like to take a brief moment, because we're about to wrap up, to thank the members of the Community and Economic Development Committee for the work that they're doing. I've been going to a number of these meetings, and they've been approaching it with a lot of seriousness. I know when this issue first came up to send these applications to that committee, I was resistant. I believe it was Mr. Starr and Ms. Dembowski's idea at the time, and I was opposed, but I've since come around because I've seen the seriousness with which they examine these issues. I think there's a perception in the public that sometimes we pass these things and we don't debate them. It seems like it's gone through very quickly. But if you saw the packets that we have, you'd understand there's a huge amount of planning work that goes into this. There's work at the committee level, and of course there's work by the applicants. So again, I just want to thank those who are helping this process be vetted so thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr?
Well, I think we can see several things that are positive to the process, and one of them is engaging the folks. There's been many meetings where we have sat through here and there's been 2 or 3 people in the audience, and we feel like we're talking to ourselves, appropriating millions of dollars oftentimes, and there's nobody to question whether or not we're doing the right thing or not. So the idea that you speak your opinion, all of them, we hear it, and I think it's important for the sort of the renewal of engaging the process. There's a shout out, I think, that and this sounds awkward, but whoever sought out sort of professional help should be commended as well. And there's legal in the audience that speaks. Several applicants have engaged professionals in the industry to help them navigate through the system and educate the applicants, and that's helpful. It's necessary, unfortunately, that you can't oftentimes go it alone. It's complicated and confusing. So what we've noticed, I have anyhow, is the ones that seem to get their arms around the topic through the guidance of professional paid help, it was well worth, I believe, the money that you spent. This is a big investment, and you'll probably do well as a result of that. So as I look at the application, this is one of those that falls into that B3 area that we're trying to allow the zoning to expand to accommodate several things, except in Eagle River and Chugiak. We haven't allowed the retail element to speak inside the B3. So as Mr. Trainey's alluded, I'm relatively comfortable with the cultivation operations as they may be approved tonight in the application. However, interspersed inside that application, and I can understand more bureaucracy would be there, is you have to come back for the retail conversation that will encompass that, and that's not going to be, with me, that's going to be a little harder sell, that there's separation within your facilities by your personnel, by your customers, and we're not advertising something that isn't occurring, as well as those that have to oversight the product through tracking and mechanisms thereof. Have equal separation. So tip my hand a little bit to my concerns when the retail applications come back in conjunction with or co-partnered with the cultivation approvals that I've given out. So it'll be more homework from my perspective, field trips and some of that stuff. So again, the packet was probably, as Mr. Peterson told me, I think this one was 237 pages long. So worth every page because I read it all. Thank you. Good luck in your industry.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments of all the members and those that have testified. I do want to point out to people that I think one of the other Assembly members, I think it was Assemblymember Dunbar, made the comment, sometimes it appears as though these are just flying through at the Assembly here, but I can tell you any one of these applications that comes to our committee meeting realizes that we're scrutinizing everything. Where their trash cans are located, where there's, how many parking spaces they have, their outdoor advertising. And the reason we do, it's because that's what the code says. The code says there are these requirements, whether it's a marijuana establishment or whether it's a restaurant or whatever it is. That's what land use and zoning has. It has a bunch of rules. And I think those that are new to the government processes are realizing it's not always fun. It's very cumbersome, very expensive, but it's very important that they know going into it, these are the rules, these are what we're looking for, and these are our expectations. And I think every one of the applicants that have come up, whether it was today or in a previous day, they clearly recognize, to be frank, they're on thin ice with the community at large. And that's because this really only passed by 51%. So they're under a microscope and they know it, and their livelihoods are on the line to make sure they're good operators. And I think what we've seen so far, I've been very happy with the professionalism and the responsiveness to the concerns of the Assembly as we start vetting these issues and asking them to address the issues proactively, because we've all seen what happens when things go bad, and we're not even talking about bars or marijuana establishments, whether it's a restaurant. We know what happens in neighborhoods. I mean, we could have 200 people in here because there's not enough parking, and that's the issue. This applicant, the biggest issue they're going to have is obviously the power. Kim knows about it. There's a letter in our packet from Chugach Electric saying they have enough power that's sufficient for them to upstart. But when she does open the work order to move forward, it'll be 16 to 18 weeks to get it done, but it's going to be at her expense. And I did really scrutinize Chugach Electric as far as impact to neighbors, because power was one of my big concerns. And they said there won't be. If anything, it'll just diminish her ability to grow if she doesn't upgrade the power. So, and if that changes, if anything changes and something becomes either an impact to the neighbors or dangerous in any way, Chugach Electric has said they will come back and notify the Assembly. So that being the case, Kim obviously knows that if we have a problem, you will be notified. Your application will come back before us, and the Assembly will address it. So with that, I do recommend approval of this application, and I want to say, Kim, you almost feel like a part of the family. Thanks for all your involvement.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. As the chair of the Assembly, I don't take the opportunity often to pass the gavel, so I get an opportunity to make some comments during debate because I rather hear what my colleagues have to say. And when I do talk, I say what I need to say, not what I have to say. And what I need to say is this process has been utterly amazing to me. I have been on the Assembly almost, 6 months short of 9 years, and I can't begin to say how wonderful it is to see how many of you have continuously attended Mr. Trainee and my 9 community council meetings, and you've just done everything that you've needed to do. You've taken this very, very seriously, and I appreciate that just as much as my colleagues do. And I do want to take another opportunity to thank the Assembly's Community and Economic Development Committee for doing such a fabulous job before we even get to this arena. It's just working out wonderfully. Thank you. With that said, there is no one else in the queue. Please vote. The ordinance is approved. We are now down to audience participation. Would anyone like to speak to us on any matter that was not before us this evening? Good evening.
Hello again. My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V as in Victory, E. We need to do something about the crime in this city. It's gotten bad. Like I mentioned before, last night I had a neighbor have his car break-in the condo right next to mine. Today, around, I must have been about 1 or 2, another neighbor has car shot 5 times in the side where the passenger side is. We need to do something about this. This is located off of Folker Street. You're going to get vigilantes. I'm telling you, it's something that you got to take serious, because if you don't, it's going to be the Old West. You know, the cops, they just can't catch them, I guess. Or when they do catch them, they've already done their thing. The criminals already done their thing with a number of other people. So please have it in your mind to do something about this crime rate. It's gotten out of hand. And my neighbors are all packing now. So come on, we got to do something. Don't pick on the common man, pick on the criminal. That's all I got to say.
Mr. Steele has a question.
Mr. Larrabee.
Larrabee,
that's what I said, I thought.
Oh, okay.
But I mumble, so.
Oh, it's okay. I mumble too.
Just to let you know, there is a police academy class graduating here in a week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And that's 24 more officers.
That's not enough.
However, they also have another year's worth of training with somebody else. So they will be there. They will be on the street. But and then we're proposing 2 or 3 more classes this next year, 25 each. So
that's still not enough.
We're working on it. We got way down too low.
Oh, I know.
And you have to vet. You have to get good folks, good prospects, and then you have to go through the training. And we're working on it, and I'm frustrated as you are.
It's the Wild West.
My car's been broken into twice. And, we have all kinds of issues, but they're doing a fairly good job.
But what they got,
what they have.
But they haven't got enough.
Excuse me, sir. This is not a back and forth conversation. Mr. Steele, anything else? I'm through. Well, thank you, Mr. Steele. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak to us this evening? Anyone else? Thank you. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Madam Chair, let's have a motion to take a break for about 15 minutes. That puts it beyond your time.
Move to adjourn. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you, Madam.